So I'm here with my little munchkins. Hopefully this goes well. I'm gonna, hold on girls. Hold on. Girls. Alright guys, I can't invite you because my kids are going crazy. Say hi. Can we not fight? Bella, stop it. Bella. It's supposed to be a positive video. Cece, play patty cake on Daddy's head.
Yeah, she's gripping it right now.
Cece, play patty cake on Daddy's head. Go whack-a-daddy.
Don't do that, Cece. Don't do it. Someone's got Holly.
Whack-a-daddy. Don't spit.
Don't spit on Daddy, please.
So, Lori, if you can invite some people that were supposed to... Hold on, Mama. You can have it in just a second. Girls. It's like I'm shaking candy here, you guys. Bella, sit back. So I'm trying to keep it away from the kids and to all of you guys as well. So I'm going to... Wait, I got to shake it. Let me shake it. Sorry, Cece, my hair in your face.
Please? Oh, that's a shower.
Careful, Bella, don't fall, okay? This is addiction palette number 5. She keeps stealing my makeup. I'm telling you, this is why I lose makeup. She just grabbed my lipstick. I'm wearing my LuLaRoe today. Sorry guys, I'm dropping everything because of this child of mine. Hence why I lose makeup, you guys. Bella seriously destroys my girls steal my makeup, and I'm Bella particularly. Bella steals them and breaks them, as you saw her do in action today. But here's my Christmas leggings. Can you see them? I haven't been able to get a picture of them yet because Bella doesn't take good full shot pictures yet. Grinch over here. Bella. We have the Grinch over here. We have the Grinch. We have the Grinch here.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to What's the Obsession True Crime, and I'm so happy you guys are here tonight. It is, guess what? What's Friday night date night? Welcome back. Woo! I gotta turn my volume off. So happy you guys are. All right, that was the stream running in the background. All right, so and tonight we are going to be talking about the Watts case. Now, the title of this particular live stream says something like, "This is the final live stream where we are going to be talking about the troubling, the difficult to approach topic of the Watts family dynamics." Now, does that mean that we're not going to talk about the Watts case anymore on What's the Obsession? Hell no, that's not what that means. We will talk about the case, but guys, I've been working on other cases. I've been trying to do more content on other cases that you're interested in, that I'm interested in, that need attention, issues that need attention, issues of justice, other family matters, other relationship dynamics that we want to talk about as human beings to understand ourselves and one another. And as a behavioral therapist, I have a particular interest in all of those topics and those dynamics and your relationships and the health of all of our relationships. So I want to be able to cover that other content, and I just really do feel like I've made just about all the content I can on this particular issue. It's just sort of time to move on. The content will still be here. Maybe every now and then I'll drop a video on it. But as far as live streams, when we get together as a true crime community, I get to spend this precious time with you where I get to interact with you and talk with you and hear your opinions. I do want to discuss other things as well. We will still be talking about the Watts case as far as the issues of incomplete justice are concerned. And our friend and true crime author, Kathleen Hootson, is here in chat with us tonight. And she is one of my partners in crimes in that effort. And I need y'all to know that in, a very short time, I think like just a few days, basically, she is going to be publishing another book on the Watts case. And guys, this one, I swear to you, is a must read. And 5 of you already won the first 5 copies from winning the raffle here on this channel. I can't wait to get those to you. We have some plans. We'll get them to you as soon as the book comes out. But we all know, well, we know. And if you don't know, I'm glad you're here because soon you will understand that there are issues of incomplete justice as far as this case goes. For the victims, 15-week pregnant Shanann Watts, at the time of her death, she was 15 weeks pregnant with a baby boy they were going to name Nico. 4-year-old Bella Watts and 3-year-old Celeste Watts. And we remember them with honor and respect. Today's live stream is going to talk about some very difficult to discuss topics that tend to invoke strong reactions and a lot of emotions and passion from people. Now, I've always wanted this channel to be a place where people can speak their minds freely without being censored, without being canceled, edited, or deleted. If you were to go through my comments on this channel, you will notice that even comments that are horrible towards me, I do not remove because I respect your right to have your own opinion, to think for yourself, and to say what you want to say. And it's during the process of discourse and interacting with each other that all of our minds open and our hearts open. And in the ways where we need to change our thinking or the way that our heart works, or interacts with the rest of the world, that's where we do that work. And that's where we are here. So please feel free to speak your mind. We just ask that you're respectful to the victims, the family members of the victims, and obviously, of course, to one another. Okay, guys, you graduated kindergarten. Let's move on now, right? All right. So I do have some prepared content for you guys. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm sorry we started so late. I do hate doing that to you, but it is hard for me to do live streams. Like more of my edited, uploaded content has always been more my thing because, I have a full career. I'm a single mom. I know y'all are busy too, so I don't want to, bore you with my stories, but it is hard for me to fit in live streams, but I do them because you guys are amazing. So I do apologize if you guys were waiting. I do really value you and your time. I really, truly do. It's just really hard for me at the end of the day. I didn't even get home until like 8 o'clock tonight. So I'm just going to bring something in here and then we'll get rolling. Okay. Oh, let me just say hi to you guys really quick. Hey, Clark, how's it going? And hey, Paula, how's it going? Nice to see you. You're a single mom too. Awesome. Yeah, that's amazing. I'm sure you're doing great at it. It's hard though, right? Hey, Kevin. Oh, and our friend Kevin here is my friend and a moderator for this channel. I've done a couple live streams with him. He is an oil field expert, as in the oil fields that Chris Watts worked in, as in Anadarko, as in Survey 319, where Chris Watts horrifically disposed of the bodies of his beautiful family members. Kevin has a very similar job to him, works in the same industry, drives the same truck, knows the ins and outs of the oil field, the oil tanks, and he is just brilliant in that regard. He was a contributor to our friend Kathleen Hudson's book that will be published in a few days. So Kevin, thank you for all you do for this channel, for that book, and just everything. Yeah, and I was thinking about yesterday. I hope the things went well. Yeah. Phoenix Lee says we can agree to disagree respectfully. Phoenix, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Exactly. Yeah. Hope you're having a great Friday too, my friend. Let's see. And hey, Susan Peterson, how are you doing? It's great to see you also. And Pepper, so good to see you. Cuff you. Anaphylaxis, warning label Nina, Honey Bun. Did I say Edward Trank? Yes. They are our channel moderators. They are amazing. Thank you guys for everything. So glad you're here. Hey, Michelle Price, what's going on? How are you doing? Hey, Leslie Harris, how are you doing, my friend? It's so great to see you. Love it when you're here. You've been here more often. It's great. Hey, Beetle, welcome. How are you doing? If you guys are new, please say hello. Let us know where you're from or what you're interested in this case, because we want to get to know you. Hey, Stevie, so good to see ya. Let's see. And I'm going to go up a little. If I missed you, I am so super sorry. Please just know it's not on purpose. Hey, Karen G. Oh, so glad you're here too. And our friend, true crime author, Kathleen Hudson. So happy you're here, my friend. I just love this woman. Hey, Country Sunshine Gail. Thanks for becoming a member. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And I'm not going to go up any further. I'm going to go back down to current times. Again, if I missed you, please say hello. I'll try to say hello back. And just most importantly, no, was not intentional. Hi, Thomas McCarthy. And hey, if you do come in and I don't want to talk to you and you're, talking up here, you'll know it. Hey, Rebe. Oh, it's great to see you. I just love your comments, Rebe. You're so super insightful. Hey, KDB, welcome. Awesome. So glad you're here. First live. That's amazing. I'm so glad that you're here. Hey, Claudia, what's going on? Nice to see you. Hey, Sheila Gibson, how are you doing? Great to see you. Thank you for hanging in there. I know that you were here a lot earlier. I'm glad. Thank you for your patience. Hey, Calista Cats, how's it going? Nice to see you also. Okay. Let's see. Oh my God. Wait, some exciting news, guys. Well, first of all, in the past 3.5 days, guys, this channel gained 790 subscribers. That is substantial. I have no freaking clue what happened. Everything just spiked. So if you're new, welcome. Thank you for all the new subscribers, and thank you all for your support. And we just reached 65,000 subscribers. Actually, we reached it in past six. We got so many in the past few days. Amazing. Other good news is we have another official What's the Obsession legal consultant who is going to come onto live streams with us and talk to all of us live. I have been trying to do this forever, especially since my dad passed, and the last person who was our What's the Obsession legal consultant kind of had to move on because he's super busy. I think the first live stream he will be on is next week. So I'm so excited for that. He's actually my personal attorney. I've known this man for a long time. He's brilliant. Really exciting stuff, guys. Can't wait. Hey, McJay, how's it going? Nice to see you. Hey, Urban Moving Systems. Glad to see you again. Okay, I'm going to bring this in for real. I hope you guys all had a great week. Have you good? Okay, very good. Oh, Clark, thank you so much for this super chat. Clark says, congratulations on your new subscribers and hitting 65K. Well done, Kels. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Oh, and then Pepper gifted one What's the Obsession True Crime membership. Thank you so much, Pepper. So if you want a membership, say thank you to Pepper, please. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. What's the Obsession True Crime, where we talk about all things true crime. And yes, logo designed by our very own Honey Bun, who just got married on Monday. So congratulate her too. So many cool things going on around here, guys. We also talk about the Watts case, the Chris Watts case, the case about a man, Chris Watts, who by all accounts seemed to be the perfect husband and an amazing father, annihilated his beautiful family in August of 2018. His wife, who was 15 weeks pregnant, Shanann Watts, his daughter, who had just turned 3 years old the month before, Celeste or Cece Watts, and his 4-year-old daughter, Bella Watts. Although we talk about a number of true crime cases on this channel is called What's the Obsession for a reason. It is no secret that so many people, perhaps more than any other true crime case in history, have been completely hooked on studying this case since it happened. And perhaps that's because Chris Watts took a plea deal under very strange circumstances. The public never got to learn the details that would be disclosed through the prosecution and the defense arguing their cases in a trial. Had there been a trial, the district attorney would have had to prove to a jury that Chris Watts was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and he would have had to provide a theory of a motive. Right now, we are left to wonder what his motivation was for taking the lives of each member of his perfect family. The prosecution would have wanted to prove that Chris Watts was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt with malice of forethought, or showing that he somehow premeditated the horrible acts that he committed. And that would have provided the public a lot of detail about exactly what happened while those crimes were being committed. But as it stands right now, in the minds of everyone in the world other than Chris Watts, there's just a big question mark surrounding what happened when the crimes were committed. Because Chris Watts, after all, did give 3 different confessions. And perhaps so many people worldwide have such an intense interest and studying this case because 1,960 pages of discovery were released after Chris Watts pled and was subsequently sentenced. Chris will be spending his life in prison, and that's exactly where he belongs. For those of you who don't know me or my channel, hi, my name is Kelly, and I'm a behavioral therapist. Now, many people have asked me over the 4 years that I've been running this channel, like, why are people still talking about this case? Why do you still talk about this case? Just drop it. Leave it alone. Let the victims rest in peace. My God, there's nothing I want more than these beautiful victims to rest in peace and for their families to find peace. And I don't think that what we're talking about on this channel is bothering them at all. I believe that they are in eternal peace with their Heavenly Father, and they are right where they should be since their lives were taken horrifically from this world. You guys have an echo? Do you guys have an echo? I need some feedback. 2 people just said there's an echo. And if there is, did it just start or has it been going on? There's an echo? Oh man, what the heck happened? Yes. Okay. Has there been the whole time? Just started? Okay. All right. I'm sorry, guys. Oh man. All right. Hold it. Let me just check my settings. Well, I stopped the video. That might explain why you don't know. That's super random. Okay. So I've got the right mic. Yes, I do. Microphone. Well, let me try one. Let's see if this works. Tech support, paging tech support. Please come to Miss Kelly's office, her YouTube office. All right, let's see if this works. But I just want to address why people will always talk about this case in addition to all of these issues of detail and justice that many people have. It is human nature to try to understand the farthest reaches of evil, that we observe or are aware of in humanity. All right, I'm going to try to mute my mic while it's playing. This is very random, so please give me feedback once again. Thank you for your patience again and for giving me feedback. After all, the crime that Chris Watts committed is absolutely heinous and unthinkable. To take the lives of his innocent family members, such beautiful, precious people, and to dispose of their remains in such a horrific and disrespectful manner. And to dispose of their remains in such a horrific and disrespectful manner, burying Shanann in a shallow grave only 8 inches under the top of the earth, and to put the bodies of his beautiful daughters, one each, into a crude oil tank at a well site that he worked at as an operator for Anadarko. I mean, man, that is unthinkable. Nobody can wrap their head around that.
Oh my gosh, Joseph, we're going back, we're listening to this. I have to ask you, the autopsy report was released yesterday, and there's a lot to discuss. What are some of the things that you've learned after reviewing that report?
Well, I think one of the most striking things for me out of, all of the data that's contained in there is I think I'd have to go to Bella's. That's the oldest child. When we consider it, the child has got a ruptured or, as they say, a lacerated frenulum, which is the little connective tissue between your gum and your upper lip and also lower as well. Little abraded areas in here. And she's bitten her tongue. And this gives us an indication that she was smothered, not suffocated, not strangled, but smothered. And in my opinion, Daddy, if I can use that term for this man, placed his hand over her little mouth and nose as she's struggling to survive. And she fought back. That's why all of this is torn to shreds. And I think that that's
Guys, still to this day, hearing that literally makes me feel like I'm going to throw up. I mean, I'm sure you all have some kind of reaction to that as well. So, all to the point of why this case is truly unique in so many ways, and people will be talking about it forever. It's just how it is. And I'm so sorry that we have to hear these details. And I should have let you know that we were going to be talking about this, but this whole video is going to be sensitive. So, do just know that. And my God, these poor babies. I can't even try. As much as I love Bella, for those of you who don't know, I did a whole series called Bella's Story. If you're interested in that, definitely go check it out. There's 4 videos. I love Bella. I mean, I love them all, but I have a special place in my heart for Bella. And I've tried to mentally go there in my mind, like what it was like for her. I cannot do it. It's just unthinkable.
That paints a real picture of the horror and the terror that he inflicted on his family. And it's just, sometimes you think you've plumbed the depths of human depravity. And then after seeing this case and having covered it since it started, I've been waiting for this autopsy report, and it's unbelievable.
Joseph, when you're listening to this, one of the points that struck me is really, how could someone do this? How could someone who is loved by these 3 women do this? So explain this to me, because I don't have an answer.
I have no idea, Jess. I've scratched my head over this thing many times, when the details began to come out. And I'm thinking, you've been entrusted.
Oh my God, guys, I'm so sorry. I have to remember to mute my mic now every time I play a video. That doesn't normally happen. So please just remind me if I forget. I'm going to try my best to remember. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it.
By these peripheral family members to take care of your family. It was the dad's, Shanann's father's statement.
Yeah, about it, Joseph. I want to focus now on the autopsy report with Shanann Watts. What did you discover in particular when that report was released about the way that she died?
Relative to Shanann, what we did find is, if folks at home will kind of find the center right here, where your thyroid cartilage is in this area, your trachea, she had a focal area of hemorrhage and what's referred to as a strap muscle. It's kind of a muscle that runs diagonally through here on the right aspect, to a lesser degree on the left side, but very focalized in this area, which gives us an indication that she was probably what we refer to as C-clamped or throttled. C-clamp is a single hand, throttled or both hands. Some people have proposed that she had been killed while she was asleep. I'm unclear. And there's not much of a struggle. She doesn't have defensive injuries and all that sort of thing. But what is very important here is that this cartilage in here has the potential to fracture. There is no fracturing that took place. This area that we examined very closely at autopsy, it just displays this kind of overlying hemorrhage. So my thought is that sufficient amount of force was applied by Chris Watts to her throat in a very short order. Some people have talked about it took 2 to 3 minutes for her to die. I don't know about that. I think that she probably passed out relatively quickly. He would have had to have continued to apply pressure for a little while in order to achieve anoxia, and then finally she would have succumbed from lack of oxygen supply to the brain.
Okay, I'm going to move through this because it's so hard to hear, and this isn't truly what this live stream is about, but I wanted to play this, him talking, because we're talking about why people are so obsessed with this case and how this case, even for a horrific crime, and when people commit horrific crimes, it's always behavior and, events in life that are out of the ordinary. But in this case, so much about it is truly extraordinary. I think you get the point, though. And, we pray for the souls of those victims and their surviving family members. Can you imagine knowing that your family member went through that? My God. When we learn about crimes like this that have been committed, it gives us an innate sense of insecurity and anxiety. Most people, the vast majority of human beings, simply cannot understand how or why this could happen. And in the back of many people's minds, subconsciously, you wonder, my God, they looked like such a perfect family. He seems so normal. He seems so great as a man, as a husband, as a dad. Could something like what happened to Shanann, Bella, and Celeste happen to me as well? So to try to resolve that anxiety and insecurity, our minds subconsciously have a drive, a need to try to understand these crimes and to try to understand the mind of a person who seems so normal, yet could commit such an egregious crime. This, my friends, is human nature. And the Watts case and cases like it, and all true crime cases that frighten and confuse and horrify human beings, will be studied and thought about and discussed in a social forum, probably for the rest of humanity. In addition to the issues of justice and curiosity and mystery and possible injustice that exist in this case, another reason why so many people are fascinated with the Watts case, have been for a long time, and to epic proportion and always will be, has to do with the amount of photos and videos and interviews and commentary that exist about this case. Now, many of these photos, these videos, are from Shanann Watts. They are an inside look in the form of a photograph or live video recording of her family while they're at home, while they're away visiting people, while they are doing their thing. And because Shanann Watts was heavily involved in the MLM or multi-level marketing culture that requires a person who works in that so-called industry to use social media to gain customers and to recruit other people to work in that industry, she posted on Facebook nearly every day, and she always posted videos of herself talking, herself and Chris Watts, or herself with her girls, or sometimes the whole family together. This incredible amount of videos and the numerous amounts of photos we have of the families, in addition to all of the interviews that were conducted with the Watts family friends and Shanann Watts family and Chris Watts family and people who knew them in all sorts of ways, coworkers, neighbors, acquaintances, gives us a holistic perspective of this family, each person in it. And it gives us a really unique and rare inside look into the family dynamics. Oops. Okay. So, all right. Got to remember to mute and unmute that mic. So I think we were good with no audio. Whoops. That's my fault. We were good with no echo there, right? So again, if you do start hearing an echo, let me know. I saw someone say, I hear an echo again. But if like you don't see multiple people in chat saying that, because you guys are really good about giving me feedback on that. Thank you guys. It might just, sometimes when I'm watching YouTube, something goes wrong. So I just want to say that. Whew. Okay. So, heavy stuff. And now I'm going to have to give this little, and welcome to those of you who are coming in. It's great to see you. US Trigger, see you, Becky Boo, a bunch of other people. Hey guys, welcome. Please hit like, do the YouTube thing. Thank you for being here. Hope you participate in the conversation tonight. And anybody who's new to chat, let us know where you're from. Say hello. We want to get to know you better. So guys, as I said many times already, this crime was absolutely horrific. Chris is in prison for the rest of his life where he belongs. That bastard should never see the light of day. Unfortunately, in my opinion, Chris is happy as they say, I'm about to curse if you have babies in the room, but if you're watching this and they can hear it, you shouldn't have babies in the room right now, okay? So let's change that. He's happy as a pig in shit. I think that, the daily life in prison, the environment, the lack of responsibility, kind of the humdrumness, the capability of him every day waking up and not having a personality of his own. It works just fine in prison, really, at least where he's at, like in the unit he's housed in currently. And it's, I think, from all accounts we hear, he's like kind of just doing fine, man. Like, how many people do you hear go away to prison for the rest of their lives and like, just doing fine? It's kind of good. I don't know. Life is good here in prison. We're doing good. I think that's Chris Watts' experience, and that's completely consistent with the psychological profile I have on him. Many other people do too. Some people have a different one. This is not surprising at all, but he is where he belongs. Shanann Watts is a radiant soul. She should be here living her life right now. I always have, do today, and always will have a lot of love for her, a lot of empathy for her, a lot of understanding of some of her struggles. Sometimes I see similarities in myself as I compare myself to Shanann. So, knowing that, never am I trashing the woman. And I have probably been accused of that, I don't know, thousands, tens of thousands of times since I started this channel. So let's just get over that hump, okay? Now, and obviously no one deserved to die, and it's none of the victims' faults what happened, obviously. So we're not going to even go there. So let's talk in the realm of adults having a conversation about human behavior and human nature, which, as I said earlier in that video, is the reason we are all attracted to true crime. In my opinion, it is nearly, and some of you might disagree, and that's okay, impossible when you watch all of the Facebook videos that Shanann had posted to Facebook, the pictures, the stories, the antics, to come to the conclusion that everything was fine in the Watts household. I find it really hard that somebody would see all of that and think everything was fine in that household. These relationships were good. They were great. They certainly were at times. I think at some point something changed. I also think it's impossible to say that there is, and I know no relationships are absent of troubles or turbulence or flaws or areas that could be improved, clearly. But I think when you watch all of this content on the Watts, thanks to the post that Shanann made, it seems to me almost impossible to come to the conclusion that the relationship between the parents and the children was, in certain ways, healthy and supportive to the children. In other ways, yes, they had a roof over their heads. My God, maybe some of you grew up in situations where you would have given anything to have three not square meals, but things to eat during the day. Let's say that. I don't think square meals was something that was really had often in that house, but and a roof over your head and a nice roof and a nice floor, and you're eating your food on a nice table, and the parents took care of their basic needs. And I don't think they were horribly physically abusive or sexually abusive or anything like that. I don't think that. But I do believe that there were fundamental problems that deeply affected these children. And not out of hate for Shanann, but out of love for these babies. And because it's part of what I do and I've done my entire professional life, has always had something to do with working with and advocating for children or teens and young people that, just like they need some freaking support, man, because everything in life is stacked up against them, or enough in life is stacked up against them where they need someone to come in and help. And I just feel like I want to be that person, and I have been that person. So me talking about this topic is nothing out of the ordinary for me. We always manage to do so respectfully on this channel, but just because some people don't like it does not mean I am not going to talk about what needs to be talked about, because Celeste and Bella really needed more advocates, supporters, nurturers, people who, gave them what they needed and spoke up for them during their lives. They're gone now and they can't have that, but there are other children out there that need the same. And to not discuss such issues is to not give a voice to all of those other children out there who need the same as these girls, and a hell of a lot more in many, many instances. I understand that. So I'm not going to be silenced because some people don't like it. We will continue to speak out for children who need to have a voice and need support, understanding that no one is perfect and we're all here fucking learning a lesson or two, aren't we? So here we go. I'm going to bring into the stream to start a video from the channel Neek's Peaks. Many of you are probably familiar with it. I will link the description to her channel in the box. She's done some great content on the Watts case. It's pretty edgy. As she talks about the relationship with the parents and the children, I, for the most part, really, really agree with her. On a couple things I don't. In her assessment of some other things, I don't totally agree. So I just want that to be known. Like, for example, I do not think there's any question that Shanann Watts did not. I know Shanann Watts did not kill Bella and Celeste. I know that. I have no thought that maybe she did. Neeks does think, I guess that's a possibility, and she's made some content about it. So I want to just let you know that in playing her videos on certain topics, I'm not endorsing some other things that she believes, and she has the right to believe them, but I just need you to know that is not my thinking, because I don't want anyone to think that I think that maybe Shanann killed those babies. She did not. But here we go. On a different topic, I'm going to bring the video in. Welcome to those of you who are coming in. Please, please, please take a moment and hit like. YouTube is going to hate this live stream. So if you could do that for me, I'd super appreciate it. It's my only shot with this one. And they don't like creators to talk about anything that's controversial. I mean, they say it outright. So any of my content like this just gets, not appreciated by YouTube. We'll just say that. So this first video is really about, Shanann Watts' activity on social media, the nature of the posts, and how that energy was towards her husband, Chris. And again, Chris is no victim here, and I'm glad he will be in prison for the rest of his life. Trust me. But also, also getting into how it was towards the girls. So we're going to watch that to start. And I move forward through the part that
certainly they knew
that insinuated possibly that Shanann was involved in the girls no longer being alive at some point, because like I said, I do not believe that. Okay, I'm going to mute myself and press play.
that some clowns were brewing, because you don't have to be on Shanann's social media for very long to see that there is some disturbing trends. There are some posts that would be cute if there were like one or two of them, but then you get the whole lineup and you start to get a picture, and it's not necessarily a positive one. Of course, that was the intention. Many of them are created for the obvious and sole purpose of being humiliating, and not for herself, for her family. Especially for her husband, who obviously wasn't as great in many of the social instances as his wife was. Possibly even something that made them a good match, if you could stay off the low or high ends of the spectrum concerning social media addiction. Social media is presenting our society with a lot of new questions to ask and a lot of new concerns that I think that we should be considering and discussing. Imagine what the friends saw, because they saw all of the social media before it was ever scrubbed or cleansed. They saw plenty. And you can hear tidbits of that bleed through, but basically you hear it bleed through in fluff comments. For most people, what would be considered fluff comments, not even a part of the main narrative. The main narrative tended to be, we had no idea, we don't know what we missed.
Now, wait, I just do want to say, because Kathleen said in regards to saying, I don't agree with this channel, that there's a possibility that Shanann had killed the girls, and I just need that to be known. Kathleen said, of course she didn't. I thought that garbage ended with Kim Kaufman and company. Well, Kathleen, I just do need to say, for anyone who is familiar with Kim Kaufman, Neeks Peaks is not even nearly like that. She's not saying that Shanann did that. She's just saying there's an ambiguity to the details of this case, in part because of the way District Attorney Rourke handled things. And we don't know all the details. Chris made 3 different confessions, and there's all this confusion. It wasn't prosecuted properly. Therefore, we really don't know. And she points out some things that could make one believe that, but she's not, she's really very smart and insightful, unlike Kim Kaufman. Moving on.
Cece played patty cake in Daddy's head. Cece
Do
played
you
patty
think
cake in
Chris
Daddy's
loves
head.
Shanann?
Go whack
Oh
it.
God, he loved her. Yes, I believe he loved her at first. I believe he did.
Whack it, Daddy. Don't spit.
Crazy.
Yeah.
No. And it's just one of those yes man, you know, you get in love. Even Shannon, when I was there, when I moved out there, she was like, you still get a little bit of an asshole. He cut down probably a bitch or something,
Yeah.
you know. And it's just one of those
Careful,
yes man, you know, he was in love with her. That's why he was in love. He was
Whack
like,
it, Daddy.
like
Whack it, Daddy.
obsessed.
One more time,
And
Daddy.
I
Whack it,
think that
Daddy.
he probably had in his head, if I can't have you, no one will. And he either did that, and the kids had to have seen. I don't see any other way why he would do that.
Yeah.
You know, at all.
Tell me what happened when they were reported missing. What did you find out? How did you find out? Who told you?
I think Ronnie called me. Ronnie called me and said that they're missing, and I thought, I don't believe it. I didn't believe they were missing. I believe that she was going to punish Chris. She was just going to punish him, take the girls, and just punish him. I had no idea of anything else. Christopher called and said, Mom, they're searching the house. I said, okay, that's fine. I mean, and I still was not worried. I was not worried. I just thought Shanann had run off with girls.
Have you seen one? No.
Yeah, I've seen it. Ben Affleck, right?
Yeah.
The one with Ben Affleck?
Yeah.
I don't know that she's dumb enough if people take it this far.
Yeah. Like I could. That's what I'm saying. I could understand that she takes her stuff and says I'm leaving and I'm not telling you where I went, or I went home to North Carolina. That's where my family is.
That's the hardest, yeah.
But
I mean, but sometimes
the
you see all the stuff on Facebook and then you get too scared to say, right, that's not too far.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oops, let me just pause for a moment. So this comment here says, Siaban McLaughlin. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm pronouncing your name wrong, and I'm so sorry for that. I'm going to call you S. McLaughlin, okay? Or did you say McLaughlin or McLaughlin? Maybe I'm pronouncing both names wrong. Says, God bless to Shanann and those girls. Shanann belittled him time after time in her videos, hated his mother, etc. I watched them before this happened. Huh. So what do you mean? You watched them before this happened? You watched the videos, or you what? Tell us more about that. I am super interested. I do also want to say in Neek's Peaks, there are some areas where the audio is either goes silent or it's a little kind of like weird. And I can tell you why that is. I can tell because YouTube did the same thing to Neek's as they did to me. they change their music policies every now and then. And like I know for myself, and I talked to her about it, it's the same thing for her. I purchased a license to a bunch of music that I use, and I took a lot of time integrating that music into the videos because I really tried to get music that like matched the vibe, as some of you know, and I think I did a good job of it. I was most proud of like the intros I did that were set to music and whatnot. Then YouTube changed their policies, and that music for which we purchase a license, and trust me, it's not inexpensive, okay? Now they change their policy. So even if you'd already purchased a license, you still can't include it in your video or your video gets fully demonetized, which is really fucking not cool, YouTube. But so if her audio does get weird, I just need you to know that's why. It's not a reflection of her channel.
That's exactly how they were around us. I mean, it was always hands all over, you know, one another, and there's always fun, laughing. So yeah, I mean, there was not once when we hung out with them was it like, you know what I mean? There's no
aggression, no anger, no like snarky side comments, nothing like that. Like it was fun and easy,
lighthearted. I mean, like even if Chris did something a little like prepare something for food wrong, it was more like poke fun at him. Like,
right.
It was never. I mean, they just seemed, like a happy couple.
You know, it's weird. I find myself even smiling and laughing.
Yeah.
The person who's not you way back when. It's you that is still Chris. That's this person out here that's now that we know and we see in the news. That's not the Chris you know.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like it's two completely different people at this point. Like, it's just hard, you know, like just being with him and seeing how he was. Like he never once like broke down crying or like, you know, I just feel, I don't know, like it's just weird. Like I feel like if we had went out to his house and he turned us away and shut us out, then we'd been like, oh, this is weird. But he welcomed us in just like normal. Like it was another day with Chris. I mean, just on his phone trying to figure out what to do, and you know, just trying to manage conversations through, you know, everyone out of town. And
Is there any other?
Would you think anything different? No. She knew what he loved. He knew what she loved.
So I'm not reading all these comments here. I don't know if you're reading them on the screen, but they really are all very belittling to Chris Watts. Like, you know, I mean, here's my opinion on her post, okay, towards Chris Watts. And I know other people that do this. Absolutely. And maybe at one point in my life, I may have occasionally, I don't know. I feel like I personally am very aware of not, and maybe it's partly due to my career, my job, I don't know, but very aware of not making people feel uncomfortable about themselves in front of others. Like, life is hard, man. I say this at the end of every live stream. Life is really hard. You know, we have to be good to each other and kind to each other and, you know, lift each other up rather than to tear people down. And that's like one thing I don't understand. I see some of you guys are talking about that with the YouTube true crime and Watts community. So many creators do that to each other. Like, no. There's no place for that here. There's enough viewers for me and you, we the people, and everyone else, you know, and it's all good. And we all need to contribute our opinions and our perspective and our creative talent and the information we have. And that's just like what keeps it going. That's why it's a community. Like, no channel is going to exist as a vacuum on its own. Well, obviously it's the same for people, and for people, you know, to tear each other down, especially in front of other people, especially people you love, that just doesn't make sense to me. Now, cognitively, psychologically, it does make sense because, well, this is what I've studied. This is the area I work in. And when someone does that to another person, especially consistently, especially a person that they, you know, are supposed to love, there's a fundamental problem there, and it's a big problem. It's bigger than just making comments about them that are demeaning or degrading or might embarrass them. So listen, if you feel that description fits you, it's okay. Like, we all make mistakes. There's other not so pretty descriptions that fit me. Trust me. Just that one doesn't, but we're all different. But there's some others that do, and maybe we'll talk about them, maybe we won't, because maybe I don't want the whole world to know. I know I'm not perfect. But if that description describes someone in your life, also just take note, and we're going to come back and talk about that in a little bit too. Oh, and I also want to say Becky Boo told me that the name I just tried to pronounce is more like Shanann. So I'm so sorry because I really butchered your name. I'm really sorry for that. Thank you, Becky Boo.
Right? Everything worked. He is a hardworking kid. Anything she said to do, he would do it. 100% of the time. Hey, my parents are going to move out here. You're going to fly out to the East Coast, and you're driving the moving truck back, and they're going to fly home. He's like, I'm good with that. I'll drive the truck so they can fly home. They don't have to ride in the truck. Right? This is the kid that did this. So there's no way, shape, or form would I ever believe this could happen.
Well, there's certainly a consensus with a lot of the stuff that's out there that is a very accurate description from a lot
100%.
of people.
Did you initiate that, or did he?
I initiated it.
Okay. And was there like a back and forth conversation, or how did that go?
No, it was just me basically saying, I hope he's okay. I hope the family's okay. That I knew he was busy and he's probably got a lot going on. And that if he needed to speak to me or if he needed anyone to talk to, he could let me know. And then he just reached back and said, thanks, man. And yeah, he's been busy. Right. And that was it.
Okay. So before that, when's the last time you had like a conversation with him?
Before that, right off the top of my head, it was also a text message, and it was about, I want to say, a week and a half before this incident happened. Again, it was just through text message. And I was basically telling him, like, hey, man, reach out to me, like, talk to me. And he would text me back, but he never called me, or we never saw each other.
Okay. Yeah. Was that unusual?
No, I just knew he was busy. I just knew he had a lot of things going on. Just because the things that were going on with the family at the time, I could tell, like, he was busy. And I knew. I didn't press him. I didn't put any pressure on him.
Let's see here.
Things going on. Just because.
Okay, so like, look at this picture, and like, this could be funny, if this were just a picture alone, but putting his head on this body here, I mean, okay, fine. But it's like, why would you even think to do that? Like, why would you even think to do that? Along with, all the real, day to day, telling the little antics that he does that are embarrassing because he's a fucking dumbass. But, if you're his wife and you love him, maybe don't tell the world he's a dumbass. Maybe anyway. You can press play.
The things that were going on with the family at the time, I could tell, like, he was busy, and I knew. I didn't press him. I didn't put any pressure on him. I just letting him know I'm here to talk if you need to talk. And,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to move forward a little bit. This video is a little longer than we need on this comment. I just kind of wanted to warm us up with that. Let's see. Okay. Let me get to, okay, here we go.
Where Cindy did text me or call me again and say that Chris has decided to separate from Shanann.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, like, it was Chris, he was even telling me during the text messages that he had seen the true side of Shanann and that he is done. He doesn't want to be with her anymore. And so we're like, okay. And that's why I was like, hey, man, I'm here if you want to talk. I understand this is going to be a big process. So just let me know, man. And he said he would, but he never reached out.
Okay. Do you know what he meant by that when he said he saw the true side of Shanann?
I didn't ask because I didn't feel like it was my position to dig, but I had assumed that he had seen, because for years his family has always assumed that Shanann has been pretty shady, And I never really saw it, but they all had reason to believe that she was very, very, there was something about her. And Chris said he had finally seen whatever his family had seen. He had finally seen that side of her. And yeah.
Do you know what it was that the family was seeing in her?
She was just, this is what they were telling me, is that she was very shady. She had a dark past, like, I don't know, like sleeping with her old boss, and even while she was seeing Chris, and money issues with her boss. She was just very conniving, and that was what they were telling me. Now, when I saw Shanann, I didn't see any of that. Like, she was always very pleasant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to let me pause here. Oh gosh, wait. Let me just say, from way back when, I just want to say thank you to Sherry for the super chat from a long time ago. I'm sorry I didn't verbally thank you yet, Sherry. And then Cuff, you also thank you for the super check. She said, thank you. You do a fantastic job, Kelly, drilling these cases down and finding details that are often missed, important details. Well, thank you. When it comes to true crime, I am very detail oriented. Yes, when I want to be or I have to be, I am. But I don't normally like to be because I'm a little ADD. But thank you so much for everything you do and for supporting the channel. It's a really nice comment. Okay. So, gosh, and some of you I think are a little newer to the channel. And welcome, guys. Welcome in. Please hit like. I'd appreciate it so much. My videos like this don't get really put out or monetized, certainly by YouTube. So if you like the video, it would be a really big favor. So this one particularly. Holy cow. Oh, that thought just like literally flew out of my head. My God, guys, I'm sorry. It's been a long week, long day, long life. Yeah, you know. So some of you are talking about some topics here in chat that I have made videos on, and videos again and videos again. The issues of the incomplete investigation, the failure to fully prosecute, the failure to investigate the mistress, although her, oh my God, actions, even that we know, even that the public knows about, are so shady, criminal, even felon. Yeah, those are just the ones that everybody knows about. And then there's more that, like, true crime author Kathleen Hudson, who's in our chat, and myself know about, that you guys are going to learn about too, that are going to blow your mind. I've made videos about all that we can talk about so far. I have one playlist called the Bombshell and Ultimatum series. I would suggest definitely watching those. If you haven't yet, I think you're going to be shocked. Okay, now I just want to read one of these comments here that was in the background and then mention something. Let's see. Okay. All right. I'm just going to press play and mute that so you don't get your echo. Okay. So this says it's from November 27th, 2016. Told Belle if she wanted to watch. Oh, no. Sorry. That's not it. It's the next one. Yeah, it is. Sweet little Bella. Oh my gosh. Okay, Bella loves to help with the dishes. Her favorite is cleaning the straws. Again, that's not it, but okay, I just read it out loud. That was from October 4th, 2016. Hi, Chris. Asshole. Did I miss that one? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Gotta love my husband, Christopher Lee Watts. So he has a huge water bottle he drinks out of. Oh, no. And I filled it up with dish soap and water to soak it till I got home. He came home from the gym. It was Cersei. He drank a quarter of the bottle. And so good. He drank dish soap. Great. Awesome. I mean, why post that? Okay, Bella, Daddy, can you get my milk and water, please? Chris, yes, Bella. Bella, 1 minute later. Mommy, Daddy isn't standing up yet to get my milk and water. Chris, oops, gotta play. Standing up. I wonder where she gets her patience from. Now, I do just want to note this one post because something that we know, Chris Watts told Nicole Kessinger, and I do believe her on this because he told other people, it's all, corroborated, was something that really bothered him. And several people mentioned it and mentioned that Chris expressed this to him right around the point that I think was his turning point, when he was with his mistress and he decided, you know what, it's going to happen. I like this life so much better. I've got to get rid of my family. He figured out he couldn't have both, and he made that decision that was ultimately put into action when Nicole Kessinger gave him an ultimatum. This is definitive. This is known. Watch my ultimatum 1 and 2 video. I will prove it to you. She gave him an ultimatum the night before the murders, which Jess was the night of the 111-minute phone call. And the ultimatum was sparked by Shanann Watts posting 3 posts to Facebook that day, talking about how excited she was to get home to her amazing husband and beautiful little girls. And that was it for Kessinger. Anyway, back to this. Chris Watts expressed to several people that one thing that really bothered him was how Shanann talked to him in front of the girls. You know, he never really mentioned anything about how she talked to the girls, which I find to be much more problematic, but we're going to get to that. And you might disagree with me, and that's okay. You may have just turned this off and unsubscribed, and that's okay too. Or you may be like, yeah, you know, I agree. It's all good. We're going to talk about it respectfully. But he told a lot of people that it really bothered him the way Shanann talked to him in front of the girls, and that the girls were starting to pick up on that and mimic her, imitate her. And the girls were giving him attitude, and the way they were talking to him was, you know, made him feel like crap. And we see several instances of this, and I will point them out, but I just wanted to point that out at this point.
Yeah.
So you never had any issues with Shanann?
No, I mean, I never saw that side. I didn't really trust her.
Or like here, I'm just going to read these because we don't need to hear Jeremy talk, or his friend there. What's his name? Oh my God. His best friend. It is, doesn't matter. It'll pop in my head in a minute. Talking about Chris. You know, he just says he doesn't trust Shanann. He thinks she stole money in her previous job. I made a video about that too. Surprise, surprise. There was a lawsuit that named her, you know, that had complaints against her, alleging that she stole and sort of scammed some money. Those charges were eventually dropped, not because of the legitimacy of the charges, but something procedural. So we don't know if that happened or not. And trust me, I fully investigated that. That's just where it stands. That's all we know. We'll never know anymore. Okay, so Shanann says December 4th, 2014, last night at the zoo, Chris went to take a closer look at the snake. I heard a bang. His head ran into the glass, laughing my ass off. I died laughing. Weird. Just strange. I mean, it's just like, yeah, no, so what? So what? But I mean, after these little things all the time, day after day, constantly, and again, it is by no means no excuse for Chris to do anything that he did. And it you know, really, if you think that and you're about to tell me that, you probably shouldn't be watching this channel, because we are just like really not on the same page. Okay. Because I'm going to stop saying things like that now, because that's so obvious. But obviously it would start to wear on a person, right? We all get that. It's just how we are. We don't like people demeaning, degrading, and belittling us, especially in front of other people, regular at all, but especially regularly and over time, and in for you know, different areas of things that we do or ways that we behave or talk. It's hurtful. Breaks your spirit.
Right.
Yeah, but I never actually saw anything.
Okay.
I'm going to read this. Okay. Laughing my ass off, I learned that as a child, when Fran came home from school one day and walked in the house and took a huge gulp of the Kool-Aid, aka Dawn, in a cup. Okay, so she's talking again about when Chris drank that dishwater soap. I've done shit like that before. You're freaking thirsty. You walk in, you think something is nice, like cool, pure water. There's something nasty in it. It's horrible. Like, if somebody picked on me about that, I'd be like, dude, buzz off. Like, that was gross. Oh, and so then here, and I mean, this is emasculating for a guy because, Chris is trying to, help. He's trying to be a man, I guess, do what he thinks a man should do, help out in the home, do what his wife asks him to do things to help improve their home and for his children. I lost that. Let's see where they go. Okay. Yeah. All right, here. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, I just got to play this. All right. I'm going to turn the volume off of the video because there's that weird. Okay. I'm in love with the girls' bookshelves. Now, these were all books from Usborne Books, which is an MLM. Every single one of them. I've checked it out. Been waiting 4 months to do. Just adding at top of the wall, and it's complete. Shanann says, thank you. Leveling was me. Chris is blind as a bat. And then Frankie, either her brother or dad says, it's a thought that counts. Then she says, he doesn't listen and wear his glasses. She says it about him all the time. He doesn't listen. He doesn't listen. He doesn't listen. He doesn't listen. Frankie says, he's a good guy. Most guys don't do half of what he does. You got a good one. I'll teach him. And Shanann asks, does anyone know a good mechanic? And Chris was a master mechanic. Is it your man one? Christina asks. Oh, she just says, giving Chris a hard time. Oh, this is a bad one. This post is from when she I don't know why the whole post isn't here, but Shanann explains, I have it, I'll show it to you, that she walked into Cece's bedroom and she saw that there was something brown on her face. And she thought, oh, bad mom, didn't wash her up before I put her down for a nap. Like she was thinking it was like food. And then as she got closer, this brown stuff was all over her face and everywhere. And then she goes ahead and explains that she had poop bubbling out of her diaper, and she was eating the poop that was bubbling out of her diaper while she was taking a nap. And then somebody says to that, at least she was smiling. Did you call Parent Smart? And Shanann says, nope, just gave her milk to wash it down. Like, this is where I'm like, why would you post that on Facebook? Because your child eating their own feces and being covered in feces when they wake up from a nap is definitely something that sends the bat signal straight to your local Child Protective Services office. Trust me, I work with them often. This one's kind of silly. And then, oh, this one makes me sad. It's like these like cracking up emojis. Hashtag he didn't want to. Now, the father of this little boy, after Bella's murdered, geez, let me get that right. He mentions that Bella like almost had like a little kid crush on the son, and she always wanted to be around him and hold his hand, and her son just didn't want to, and he felt like really bad about that now. So Shanann says, Bella trying to hold his hand. He didn't want to. And then tags the student's parent and laughing. That would make me sad for my kid. And then, there was a weird thing with booties in this household. I don't know. On May 17th, 2018, so this is just before the murders, a couple months, listening to Celeste and Chris from downstairs. Cece, Daddy, I tooted. Smell it. Chris, I know. I'm wiping Vaseline on your booty. Cece, bah ha ha ha. I tooted again. I don't know, man. Like, it's just weird. It's just weird. All right. Okay, so that was just, again, like kind of like an introduction to, some of the stuff we're going to be talking about. Man, we're already over an hour into this. This might be a bit of a long live stream. So let me read some comments here first. Wait. No, I'll just do this. Okay. Exit Screaming says, I'm not sure if I understand this. Come on, gang. This is terrible. He was pushed by an alpha female, right? No excuse, but that's the reason, right? I don't get what you're saying there. Sorry. Hey, Loco Jazz Hands, how's it going? Hey, Paula K, can I show one of your videos from your channel to show everybody and give them the link? Is that okay with you? Let's see. Oh, hey, thanks, Pepper. I'm not sure what I said that made me amazing, but oh wait, I got to get closer to current times here. For those of you who are leaving, thank you for being here. Good night. Sleep well. Take care of yourself. If you're coming in, welcome. Please hit like. We're so happy you're here. So let me try this again. Savon, did I say that right? McLaughlin? Hopefully better. Don't get me wrong. He deserves to stay where he is. Nicole has a lot to answer for, I believe. I don't believe he killed his kids. Maybe her? Suggestion? Yeah. Siobhan. Okay. Yeah. Siobhan is pronounced Irish Gaelic. Thank you very much for gently correcting me on that. And the rest of you who steered me right. Reby says, this case is so close to my personal situation. It's the reason I went back to school studying psychology. Difference being, I'm not the belittler. The side piece is and is not well psychologically. Oh, I'm really sorry about that. But yeah, see, so here's an example. I can't tell you the number of people that have contacted me, some having had profound impact in their life from studying this case, from watching these videos, from engaging in, the right groups like ours, communities of discussion, and understanding what was happening in the Watts family dynamics, seeing that in their own, identifying something important, critical, gaining self-awareness, making changes that were needed, and their lives being more free, fulfilled, and better after. I mean, seriously, if that's not enough reason to be talking about true crime, I don't know what is. Let's see. Who was the alpha in the marriage? Okay, I can understand that. Shanann, clearly. I'm glad to hear that, Reby, and I hope you're doing okay now, sweetheart. We the People says, it's just a basing of Shanann Watts to post that pic of Chris Watts. Yeah, I know that it was. I mean, yeah. And then Becky Boo says she did that pretty much on the daily. Right. See, and that's where the real problem is. Let's see. Let me get a few more comments here. Oh, Lady E. Portland, thank you so much for the super sticker. I'm really enjoying your comments, and thank you so much for the support. I'm glad you're here. You can be outspoken, Paula. You know the rules, just to respect the victims, family members, and each other, and we're all good. No, it's not. Oh, I better be careful how I word that. It's not my final live. It's my final live. And hey, Miniature Warehouse, talking specifically about the Watts family dynamics. I'll still be talking about the Watts case. I just need to let this rest. It was really important to me that I got all the content out and said what I needed to say about it and created a safe place for people to talk about some important issues. I feel like I have done that. There are other cases I need to spend more time and energy on, other family situations, other relationship dynamics have really caught my attention in other cases. And, I have a full-time job. I'm a full-time single mom. I can't do it all. I needed to make some decisions about the direction of the channel. We'll still talk about the Watts case, but I need to let, this discussion on the family dynamics, I feel like I've completed a circle there. So it's just the final live on that topic. Okay. Yeah, and Siobhan says shouldn't be posting her kids on Facebook. Bless them. Yeah, and some people, don't like posting kids at all on Facebook. Honestly, I started a Facebook account. My son was born in 2008. I started a Facebook account because he was a baby, and that was like the easy way to share pictures with my family. Facebook's evolved, and after time, I do not post on it anymore. I do not. I just don't. But I see why people, especially now, like really wouldn't like that at all. But we'll come back to this topic. We're going to come back to this topic. We're heading there right now with the next videos. Hey, Rochelle, welcome. How are you doing? All right, I'll get back to some more comments. God, there's so many. You guys are like just saying all these great things. For right now, let me just bring something else here into the video. Now, okay, I just played something from Neeks Peaks. Now, I'm definitely not going to be playing the whole video. I know many of you have watched it. I just want to play you the beginning part of one of the videos from the Bella Watt story. This is the Bella Watt story, part 2. And, well, rather than telling you about what I'm about to say, let me just bring it to the stream. You'll hear me say it, and then we can talk about it. Welcome to those of you who are coming in. I'm so glad you're here tonight. And please, if you don't mind, hit like, or a house might fall on your head too. And also a look at the joyful Bella that we see in pictures and videos during her first year when she was a baby, an infant, and then a slightly older baby. And she was just full of smiles and giggle and a kind of positive sort of sass. And unfortunately, after that first year or so, Bella's short Oops, I'm sorry. I was just talking. I forgot to unmute. That wasn't where I wanted to. Well, I'll just keep playing from now. It's only about 30 seconds in. I get nervous playing this content. Since I've started this channel, this kind of content has really gotten me. People react very strongly. Let's just say that. I'm not going to go into details, but there are some things that have happened that you really wouldn't believe. This makes me nervous. I'm going to take a deep breath and just press play. Life experience took a dramatic change, and it did not seem to be for the better whatsoever. It's a sad story, but it's an important story, and I think that Bella's story is worth telling. This video is going to deal with 2 topics that are rather controversial when it comes to the Watts case, the Watts family, and, well, Bella and Shanann. And that is the pictures and videos of Bella and Cece with the Easter Bunny and Santa on holidays that occurred year after year, even though the children were clearly terrified. And as Shanann herself says, Santa makes Cece poop her pants. Okay, here. Now, this is where I'm going to have to switch it up because I didn't get to make a whole video weaving this other information in. So let me switch it up a little bit here. And I'm going to bring back in a Neeks Peaks video. And I have these screenshots of these Facebook posts somewhere. But guys, I have so many, I've honestly lost track of where some of them are. And then I have a file called the Watts Forbidden Files. I shared with you some pictures from there. There's some I decided I probably will never share. I don't know. But I'm going to share some towards the end here today that you haven't seen. You definitely haven't seen. All right. Okay. So, as I talk about, well, I'm just going to talk about my experience of it. Talk about, I really don't. I'm just going to say exactly how I think on this. I do not like that, every single year, every single Christmas and Easter of these girls' way too short life. My God, that's such an understatement. It's almost stupid to say. They had to have compulsory pictures with both the Easter Bunny and Santa. Now, I shared with you in one of these videos a picture of myself sitting on Santa's lap, and I'm crying. you know, and we do have that picture, but, you know, when I asked my parents about it and, you know, both of them, you know, my mom the next year wanted to take me to Santa's lap again. And my dad was like, no, Karen, remember what happened to her last year? My dad was so amazing. He is always a big defender of that, defender of my heart and my feelings. And I love you, Daddy. You know, and he wouldn't let her take me. And then, you know, she was like, yeah, you know, I just, you know, I thought maybe you'd grow out of it. I didn't take you because I wanted Santa to upset you. My mom just really loves Christmas. And she does like amazing decorating and dinners and entertaining around Christmas. She loves Christmas. She just wanted to have that memory with me and photos. And you know what? I think in that way, Shanann was just like my mom. Exactly. She just wanted to have photos of her family and her girls at Christmas. She also loved Christmas. She talks about this a lot. Where I have a problem is this, and we're going to hear her own words.
Videos that were supposed to work out that ended up in tears. In fact, I think many of the tears are planned. Sadly, of course.
And unfortunately, I do agree with Neeks here. Oh God, remember the pie in the face game and how humiliating and horrible and that was to Bella? Now, I did another video where I shared with you guys, I put together that the pie in the face game was right when Shanann and Chris returned from being away at one of their trips. And just the day before, she took this picture of Bella, who was crying and just looked the saddest freaking ever. A couple pictures of her saying, oh, Bella was a little emotional today. She misses mommy and daddy. And she knew Bella felt like that. So they come home, and when within 2 hours of them being home, mommy and daddy are finally home. Oh my God, you know, Bella missed them so much. They're doing the pie in the face. Okay, I was just, the timing was like really raised my eyebrows. So then there's this post from Shanann, pie in the face game has taken to another level. This looks so fun. Now tell me, do you think this looks fun? Watch these little boys. Like, that's not my idea of fun. And I promise you, I would not post pictures like that or videos like that of children. It's humiliating to them.
Let me see your slippers. Let me see your slippers.
Okay, so this is where I have the real problem. Okay, here's this picture. I'm sure many of you have seen it. It wasn't all rainbows and sunshine. Hysterical laughing emoji. Frank Rusick says, poor baby. Shanann says, bah ha 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 ha. Oh my God, I love it. Bah ha ha. Oh my God, I love it, right? And we're talking about this picture here. Oh my God, I love it. Oh my God, how could you love that? Look at those faces. They are hysterical upset. Okay, Shanann, here's our family pajamas for Santa. I can't wait to see the complete meltdown when they sat on Santa's lap. Let me read that again. Here's our family pajamas for Santa. Can't, the tenses here are wrong. It would either be couldn't wait to see the complete meltdown when they sat on Santa's lap, or can't wait to see the complete meltdown when they sit on Santa's lap. But either way, she was stoked to see their meltdown. What? Would you please, can you guys please comment on that? I truly, truly want to know what you guys think about that. What do you guys think about this post and others like it? Here's our family pajamas for Santa. Can't wait to see the complete meltdown when they sit on Santa's lap. It just makes me very sad. March 17th, 2018, just a couple months before they were murdered. Trip to see the Easter Bunny was successful. Bella ran, and Celeste was so scared she was frozen sitting next to him. 6 hysterical laughing emojis. I'm going to read it again. I know this is important, guys, because people, so many people have been like, oh, she just wanted the picture with Santa with the Easter Bunny. And I still don't agree with that because you know how they're going to react. It's traumatizing to them. Obviously, it's a bridge too far the way these guys react. Really, it is. And so, but this is where the real problem is. This is a psychological issue. It is. Trip to see the Easter Bunny was successful. Bella ran, and Celeste was so scared she was frozen sitting next to him. Holy shit, man. If that happened to my kid, I would be upset. I would want to rescue them and save them and not allow them to feel that way ever again if possible, which obviously isn't possible. But I certainly wouldn't, I personally, and this is why I want to know what you guys think about this. How do you feel about this? I would not intentionally put my child back in that situation. And I know I wouldn't. I am far from perfect, but I can promise you what I just said is true. I would not intentionally put my child in a situation where they would hurt. I don't think it's wrong. It's wrong. And her friend says, definitely looks like success to me, LOL. I think she's being sarcastic. And Shanann Watts says, right, that's the only reason we go. Okay, so the only reason that they go is to see the girls have a meltdown so they can freeze in fear or run away and hysterically crying. And then this says exposure therapy. So, well, I guess we'll just finish out here. So Shanann says, this is the first year Bella, is not afraid of Santa. Yeah, right. She's afraid of all of the trucks, the parade. It was dark out, snowed on the 18th, just hasn't all melted yet. We've been trying to introduce her to Santa a lot this year to help her with her fear. The next struggle will be the Easter Bunny. So, right, exactly. Maybe there was good intentions with that. I don't know. Some people might not know that, but exposure therapy for someone that age, it just simply does not work. That is a technique that would only work on a fully matured brain, which would happen somewhere in your, depending 22, 26-ish. But I also think it's common sense that just exposure therapy of that sort would not work for a child this age. All right. So I'm going to swap it back out to my video that we were watching before I brought that in. So I'm switching things around a little bit here, but I just want to give you the full picture in a way you might not have been presented before. Whoops.
Bye, guys.
And the next topic is Bella's hair. And we're not talking about Bella's hair just to talk about Bella's hair, but we're going to be talking about Bella's hair and the comments that are made about Bella's hair and Bella's reaction to the comments that are made about her hair. I do suggest if you think that these topics are going to be upsetting to you, maybe you just don't watch this video. That's okay. But we are going to be looking at these topics. The videos and photos speak for themselves, and the change in Bella's behavior over time, over her short life, also speaks for itself. Now, it is no secret that there is a lot of passion and emotion surrounding the Watts case And also, when we discuss the family dynamics, it can absolutely set the room on fire. I've tried to tell a story that stays true to what we can see through the videos, through the pictures, through the testimonies of others, and through the change we see in Bella's behavior over time. Although some people might have a strong reaction to the content of this video, the idea is to present Bella's story in a way that is not polarized, but rather in a way that allows you to see some of Bella's experience in her short life and to honor Bella. Before going further into this video, let's talk about the elements that must exist in order for a toddler in your life to be. All right, so this is really important stuff, and this is all stuff. Yes, you could just, look this up, and if someone can do this, like, talk it out, list it, make content on it. But this in particular is from my professional training, especially when I did work with younger children. These were, kind of this is just something. This is my career stuff here. All right. So this addresses, you guys are making such great comments. Thank you for answering my question about how you felt about it. I'm going to read some of the comments right in just a couple minutes here, but this is addressing a lot of, like Leslie here said, isn't that traumatizing the kids? Absolutely it is. And well, okay, I'm going to play this now, and then I'll continue to discuss this with you. Slow down, my brain. Happy. So we're specifically looking at Bella here. So as we watch the rest of this video, you want to consider, are these elements present or balanced for Bella? So the elements necessary for a happy toddler. Of course, the basic needs must be met and they must be in balance. So there is proper food, quality food, nutrients, adequate sleep, appropriate sleep, and of course, shelter.
Bella, say hi. She's hungry and grouchy. So, yes, baby.
I want to buy this.
Bella wants this. Look at you guys. Hold this. I'm going to open the next one. It smells amazing. It smells like, hold on, mommy. Hold on.
Cinnabon?
Smell it. Hold on. She's mad because they bit it. That is amazing. Like, delicious, you guys. Tastes like literally cinnamon rolls. Okay, Bella. She loves cinnamon rolls, so she really wanted them, obviously. As you can tell, she was mad because I took a bite out of it. But those are Mommy's. Mommy earned those. Mommy's gonna get them. She's not happy with me right now.
I do just want to make a note in the name of authenticity that those were little clips from an 18-minute long video where Bella said that she was hungry in the first 30 seconds. And for 18 minutes, Bella was teased about eating, about satiating her hunger, and about trying the cinnamon bar pro bars that she had been so super excited about. 18 minutes. 18 minutes. I just want you to think about that. And, I made a lot of content on how, MLM, the MLM culture and Shanann's involvement in the MLM and the MLM culture, and I am blaming the MLM culture for this, her involvement in that, how they target people, what they make you do, how they fool people, how they scam people, how they play, how it's a fraud, right? And they really do fool people into it. Oftentimes, none of the victims of the MLM's fault of their own. But after a while, you've got to learn your lesson. So I made videos talking about that MLM culture and then how we see the kids treated in these videos. And there is a connection there, but nevertheless, the interaction between mother and child in these videos is not the fault of the MLM. But this video goes on, guys, for 18 minutes. Immediately at the start of the video, Bella says, I'm hungry. She lets her know in a couple ways, a couple times. And during this whole video, Shanann is, kind of taunting and teasing because they're talking about opening up that Bella's hungry. We're going to open up this package of food. It happens to be a Thrive bar. She says at the beginning, Bella loves cinnamon rolls. She's been excited about this. This is her favorite. And then, there's this elongated process of opening up the package, waiting. She finally opens it. rather than giving Bella a bite or giving her something else to eat while this is going on so her needs are met, she takes a bite herself and doesn't give it to Bella. And it's not until the very end of that 18-minute video when Bella finally gets a bite, because she starts protesting so much, she's distracting the video from being created. I have a real problem with this video. I know this is often played as one of the, bad reflections, videos on Shanann Watts, but I mean, when you break it down, there are some real fundamental problems that need to be discussed in this video. And, I don't think Shanann was like, well, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I was going to say, I don't think she realized that she was, kind of traumatizing her kids. But then there's those posts where she says they go to sit with Santa and the Easter Bunny just so she can see the girls cry hysterically, run away from Santa, freeze in fear, and be caught on camera, having a hysterical, traumatic breakdown. And that I don't understand, but I do understand from my professional perspective. And it is a little bit, we can talk about it. This video is going to get really long, or this live stream is going to get long. I've been reserving a lot of those conclusions that I've come to from a professional perspective, that I feel very confident in, because they're behavioral patterns you see in different people time and time again. But I'm almost like afraid to tell you what my conclusions are, because I think people are going to freak out. But let's just watch this for now, and I'll think about how much I can say. In order for a toddler to be happy, they must feel safe. So this means that they trust their caregivers. They trust that they're going to be, particularly their caregivers, are consistent, and they put that toddler first. That's going to allow the toddler to feel safe. The third requirement for a happy toddler is that they're given boundaries and limits. This is so important, because if a toddler is not given boundaries and limits, their world feels very big, and they feel very vulnerable, and it can feel very chaotic. When they're given boundaries and limits, and they trust their caregiver, they feel free to explore their world safely. And this leads to the next element. For a toddler to be happy, they must feel independent, and they must feel a sense of success when they are exercising that independence. So, for example, when they try something new and it's pleasing to them, or they start laughing, or they push themselves a little bit, say they could climb one step before, now they can go up 2 stairs. That is a genuine sense of success for a toddler. For a toddler to be happy, they must socialize with peers, with adults, with a range of people, lots of interaction with others. And they also must be an environment that is stimulating, indoors, outdoors, and varying and changing, or else they get bored. In order for a toddler to be happy, they must enjoy and benefit from a sense of touch.
I was Lori. They're in bed. It don't take me long. They're sleep trained, so I literally just pop them in bed and they're good to go. I don't rock them. Don't cradle them. Put them in bed and they're done.
They're sleep trained, so I just put them in bed and they go. I don't rock them. I don't cradle them. I just pop them in bed and they're done. Wow. I didn't hear her say that for a really, really long time, until like shortly before I made this video, which was maybe a little over a year ago. And and there's another one like kind of like this. I was like, damn. I know the baby wise thing and everything, but I just pop them in bed. They're done. I don't rock them. I don't cradle them. It's like, these 2 girls, I can tell you something that they lacked in their life at this developmental stage was, a sense of security, on the most, not the most, but on a very fundamental level. I just popped them in bed. They're on their own. Don't hug them. Don't cradle them. Don't rock them. To hug them, to cradle them, to rock them, to be hugged, to be cradled, to be rocked at that age is a requirement to feel safe and stable and loved and okay. And these girls didn't get that. And it breaks my heart. So we need to talk about this.
You can never give enough hugs or extra snuggles. We all know how it is. If somebody, you're nervous about something and somebody just gives you a little tap on the shoulder, puts their arm around you, or, touches you just for a moment, it lets you know that they're there, that they care, and you feel supported. That touch can literally give you more confidence as an adult and certainly for toddlers. Finally, in order for toddlers to be happy, their environment should be relatively free of chaos. So to recap, the ingredients for a happy toddler are that their basic needs are met and balanced, that there's a sense of trust with their caregivers, that they have limits and boundaries, that they find independent success, that they have social interaction in different environments, that they benefit from touch and affection, and that their environment is free of chaos.
I do have to say my opinion is, and I haven't said this before, but when I did make this video and I went through this checklist and I considered all the ways that these needs can be met, so let's go number 1, basic needs are met and balanced. Okay, we're talking basic needs. Do they have a roof over their head? Yes. Their house is temperature controlled. It's, cooled in the summer. It's heated in the winter. They're safe in that regard. Do they have clothes on their bodies? Fuck yeah, they do. And they have a whole stylish wardrobe of clothes. So people had said that they don't think that the girls needed to wear a single article of clothing twice. They had so many clothes and shoes. So those basic needs were met. But let's think about Bella in that video we just saw there, where she's so hungry and she's just being taunted with food. Or I think there's a lot of instances where Bella specifically is hungry and she's not being fed. And I'm not sure exactly why that is. Cece always got more, and she got more. Bella asked for more. No, I have my thoughts, but I don't know for sure why that is. So I don't think that their basic needs were met in that regard. I do not. Also, there's the issue of nutritional quality of the food you feed your children. Chris said that, the standard dinner for Bella was a bagel, a buttered bagel. And for Cece, it was buttered noodles. And during the day, they ate a lot of gummy bears, chocolate chips, marshmallows, things that were sweet that they would really want, that they would crave, because we get addicted to sugar very early on, right? And that could be handed to them as a matter of convenience, but still limited and, sort of controlled at will by the parents. But there wasn't a lot of nutrient-filled food in that house, it seems. Do I know that for sure? Not for 100% sure. I didn't live there. But, their cereals are, Fruit Loops and every other sugary cereal, all of which can possibly contain tree nut products too, which is a whole nother story. But so I don't think, my point is, guys, I'm getting long-winded. This is hard for me to say. I don't think any of the girls, and I'm thinking especially of Bella here. I haven't actually thought through with Cece. I don't think any of her 7 basic needs were met by her parents. I do not. And does that happen? Yeah, it does sometimes. Is it really, a common thing when all 7 of the needs are failed to have been met for a child? Yeah, it does happen, but it really isn't all that common. And, we know through studies the outcome of a child that grows up, at this stage in their life without any of those 7 needs being met, or, at least mostly met, the outcome for them in the near future and far down the road in their life is absolutely detrimental and devastating. And that's just a fact.
Bella was a newborn baby when she was an infant, even when she was a slightly older baby, up until about a year old. Bella had all of those elements going on in spades. She was taken care of. It seemed like her parents were encouraging her to have independent achievements. It seems like she was hugged and tickled and cuddled, and snuggled, and she said all of these elements in her life that are necessary for a little one to be happy. If my observations and the observations of many, many people are right, all of that changed at some point, and we saw those changes manifest in Bella. So exactly what is it that happened that caused Bella from feeling secure and loved and happy and safe and cared for to feeling anxious and unsettled, and sometimes it seemed quite unhappy? Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Good. Whoa, I can't coordinate that. Oh my God. Stevie, I'm sorry about the echo. I'm fixing it right now. Thank you for letting me know.
Oh. Yay.
Good job, Bella. Good job.
You did it. How did things for Bella go from that clip that you just saw with lots of praise and admiration to this? Okay, guys, I'm sorry about the echo. I was way behind in chat. Moderators. Oh, I see. My phone turned off. Okay, I'm gonna charge up my phone right now. So mods, if it echoes again, can you guys text me? I'm really sorry about that, guys. It looks like it was going on for a while. I'm super sorry.
Your baby needs some clothes. I don't have anything you can play with right now, Bella. No candy, Mama. I don't have candy. No, Bella. Bella, you can't play with Mommy's lotion, baby. So this is addiction palette number 5. She keeps stealing my makeup. I'm telling you, this is why I lose makeup. She just grabbed my lipstick. I'm wearing my LuLaRoe today. Sorry, guys. I'm dropping everything because of this child of mine. Hence why I lose makeup, you guys. Bella seriously destroys my... Okay. Since my girls steal my makeup, and I'm Bella particularly. Bella steals them and breaks them, as you saw her do in action today. But here's my Christmas leggings. Can you see them? I haven't been able to get a picture of them yet because Bella doesn't take good full shot pictures yet. Hope everyone has a Merry Christmas. We have the Grinch over here. Bella. Somebody's still a grouch. We have the
Bella.
Grinch over here.
Bella, did Santa Claus come see you?
We have the Grinch. We have the Grinch here.
All of those videos that you just saw are clips from social media when Shanann was trying to promote her product Thrive from Lavelle. In my opinion, it's clear to see that part of the problem for Bella, part of the reason that Bella started... Okay. All right. So we don't need to... I don't want to watch this whole video, but yeah, so there's that. And now here's another little missing link with the horrible Christmas videos. I'm just going to show you this little bit from Meeks, and I need to read some of your comments. Your guys' comments are seriously amazing tonight. Let's see. I'm charging my phone right now, guys. It looks like the echo is okay now. I'm so sorry about that again. Is this the Christmas one? No. So there's the Christmas one. All right, so let me bring this video in, and I'm just going to have to find the exact spot we need. But so you guys are looking at something here. All right. Oh, sweet baby Bella. I just love her. Okay, so 2017, 2018. Oh, that was 2017. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just getting my bearings here. Yeah, got it. Okay. All right. So, okay. So here is a missing piece to those Christmas videos. And that one video we were just watching where Bella is so sad and Shanann keeps calling her the Grinch. I think particularly in that video that evening, especially on Christmas Eve, and especially after what Cece had just been through. And I'm going to play you a part where, where Cece's freaking out. She crawls away. I don't want Santa. And Shanann's trying to get her to go see Santa. If you know what I'm talking about, I'll play a little bit in a minute. And then she really bugs out and she gets on that chair and she's like horrified.
Shanann goes to grab her and she says, no, not my arm, my arm, my arm. And I'll show it to you. This, like, things like that. These are things that I have just like kept to myself, like across time, because I feel like it's an insinuating abuse, and that's not like exactly what I'm trying to do. But the girls are really upset that night. Okay, let's just go there. Okay. Now, one of the things people might not realize that could be at partly the root of their upsetness is a comparison of that Christmas to the previous Christmas. Now, Bella certainly had memories of the previous Christmas. And guys, the previous Christmas for those girls was opulent. It was spectacular. It was everything every little kid wants on Christmas Eve and Christmas morning, and more, way more. They got a ton of shit. There was a ton of stuff done for them. And the Christmas of 2017, which so sadly is their last Christmas, there weren't really presents. There wasn't really a buildup. And I personally think it has to do with the financial situation, but I'm not sure. I also believe that the Christmas before, Shanann's parents were there. And listen, all 4 of these girls' grandparents were great grandparents. And I think they're all essentially good people, and they were amazing grandparents. So that may have had something to do with it too. So we see this so weird picture. Maybe that's part of the exposure therapy, you know? All right. So the 2017 Christmas, whoops. And this is a Christmas where the girls were freaking out about Santa, those awful videos that we've seen. I love Christmas time. I love my candy cane lifestyle mix. I love Christmas DFT adult stickers. I love waking up happy and awake. I also love sound sleep, even with a kiddo waking me up at 2:30 a.m. Love life, love family. Okay, that's cool. Good for her. I want everyone to love life and feel good and thrive every day. Oops. Okay, now, whoops. Now, let's see. So now this is the 2016 Christmas. So this is good Christmas, the one before those horrible videos. Bella and Celeste have been getting text messages from Santa since December 1st. Damn. Santa texts them for 25 days. They must be special. And one says, hi, Bella, this is Santa. Someone who loves you gave me your number because you've been good this year. And then another day, Bella, it's Santa. Tomorrow is Dasher's birthday and the elves are having a surprise party. Frederick is too far to join, but I'll send pictures. And then you obviously see there's many more. And then another one I can see here says, Bella, we're having a surprise party for Dasher's birthday. He's about to walk in. Here's Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, about to surprise him. Oh, that year, whoever was behind this really went to great lengths, put in some good effort to make Christmas special, not just for Shanann and the memories because she loves Christmas, but for the girls. That's awesome. And then, okay, so that's not really relevant here. Moving on. Okay. Ay. Okay, I think that's all I need to show you from this video now. Let me see. Oh, no. Oh, wait, there's a couple more at the end here. I forgot. Okay. Ding, dong. Let me make sure I'm sharing the right screen. I am. Okay. All right. Okay. So, Neeks Peaks noticed. I don't even think I've really listened to the end of her video. I was watching on mute. I was like, oh, those are the pictures I need. So she notes too, the year before the Terrible Santa videos, look at all those presents. Wait, I'll pause that. Okay, look at all those presents under that tree. I count offhand 24 presents. And then there's stockings. And like there's a ton of presents, okay? And then all these things here that you see were with the girls unwrapped, and these were their presents. They have like the easel and the chairs and that kitchen set, the play kitchen set. Oh, you guys were texting me about the echo. I'm sorry. And then all the other stuff. Girls are going to freak out when they wake up in the morning. Merry Christmas. Look at the mini chairs. Those little chairs that they love. The like loungy chairs. Those with their bunch of chairs, seating things. Yeah. And then, one of the big problems with Bella's mood, in addition to not wanting to see Santa, and, she asking her mother, can he come back? I want Santa to come back here. She just at least wanted Santa to come in the part of the house where she felt most comfortable. No, couldn't happen. That's not the good place for pictures. And then, they didn't really get anything that Christmas, that water bottle. That I've literally seen the same water bottle in the Dollar General. True story. And whatever, how much it costs doesn't matter. But listen, especially after the Christmas they had before, ain't no little kid asking for a water bottle for Christmas. It's just not happening, right? We all know that. Seriously, though. Okay. All right. Let me read some comments here before we go much further. Damn, this is going to be long. Maybe I shouldn't have said my final one on this topic. Maybe I should have said my final of 2. So maybe I'll still do that. Maybe I'll have to do a part 2. Makes me look like a liar, though. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Let me read some of these great comments. Oh my God. I just happened to read this comment as I looked over here, and I love this comment. And this was from a while ago. God, I have so many comments to read. So Lady Portland, I really am enjoying your comments. I have a lot of them starred. Lady E. Portland says, if we can get past the guilt associated with our feelings, viewing all of this offers a lot of insight. Dude, I so feel you on that. Because not only do I feel weird about saying some of the things I've seen or observed or, really analyze professionally and come to a conclusion on regarding all this stuff we're talking about, I feel uncomfortable saying it. Sometimes I even feel uncomfortable, like, yeah, I get what that's a really, really, really awesome comment. Thank you. Jessica says she limited their drinks, food, and sleep time, sound machines, baby wise. Yeah, and Neeks Peaks has videos on all of those topics. And God, this is hard for me to say. I'm nervous. On these topics, I agree. I agree with Neeks Peaks. She did some videos on these topics that are so insightful. She observed things I didn't even put together. Like I'm the pinnacle of observations of lots. I'm sorry, I mean sound like a jerk there, but I didn't put some things together. Neeks Peaks did really well, and I was like, oh my God, there it is. She put it together. It clicks now. I understand it, and I do agree that she limited their drinks, food, sleep times. Yeah, I do agree. And I'm going to be honest, that part I don't fully understand from a behavioral psychological perspective, other than the need for control. And control in this way, that the mom in this situation, so in this situation, Shanann, we can generalize it. There are other instances, obviously of this happening. The mom wants to control the situation and the children, and generally what the purposes of that is so the children and the children's like place in the parent's life fulfills a function that suits the needs of the parent. Does that make sense, guys? So limiting food, limiting drink, limiting water like that. And then there's another component too, and this is also hard for me to say, but I'm going to say it. And it's the same, it comes from the same place, the same, God, I have to choose my words carefully. I'm just going to go with place. It comes from the same place that those posts come from, saying, I can't wait to see, my children have a nervous, like anxiety-ridden psychotic breakdown when we're on our way to go see Santa. Can't wait to see him. Can't wait for this. I've been waiting for this all year. Oh my God. Cece was so scared. She couldn't even move, and Bella ran away in, hysterical tears. Cece was so scared she pooped her pants. This is why we do this. Let's do it again. It comes from the same place as that does. And this is like one of really the darkest aspects of this parent-child relationship, in my opinion. That's taking pleasure and enjoyment out of seeing your child experience pain. And then it goes a step further. And I know some people are going to think I'm taking it too far, and you're welcome to let me know you think that. And we can talk about it, but this is just how I feel about it. And then in this situation, it goes even a step further. Not only are you getting enjoyment and pleasure out of seeing, someone in pain. Okay. Now the next level is your own child. And now the next level that's really a bridge too far is you enjoy it so much. It is a feeling that you find to be so and positive. I have to choose my words carefully. Sorry, I'm like talking slow here. Or fulfilling, that you actually intentionally cause the pain for your child so you can benefit from the feeling it gives you, the feeling of, of the positive feeling it gives you from seeing them in pain. And, therein lies a really deep-seated psychological issue that I really wish Shanann had done this in her life, but she didn't. But so what I need to say is I truly, from the bottom of my heart, feel a deep sadness that she did not live long enough, that someone took her God-given life and she did not live long enough to be able to get uncomfortable and inconvenienced enough to admit there was some problem that she needed to address, and more so that she deserved to address. She deserved to not be carrying around whatever it was that caused her to restrict her children's food, drink, sleep, and like to see them in pain, and so much so cause them to be in pain so she can benefit from it. She deserved to work through whatever it was in her that caused all of that, because I promise you, whatever it was in her that caused all of that was horrible for her and is totally fucked up. And at its core was not something that served her or that she wanted to be a part of her life. But because it wasn't dealt with, and I'm not faulting Shanann for this, I'm truly, truly not. Everybody, it takes each of us time to work through our own stuff in life. Her life was ended. She didn't get to do that. And that is really sad, because I truly think she was very close with everything caving in on her and falling down around her. I think she was close to the breaking point. She was had her life not been taken, she was about to hit an emotional, psychological rock bottom. And I think she would have gotten to that place where she got for herself what she deserved, which was help. But she never did get that. Oh, okay. Wow. I went off on that. Sorry, guys. Let's see. Thank you for this. Alexis Ryder says, I've been nannying for years, and even them being sleep trained, I still comfort and cuddle them before sleep. Poor girls. Right. Yeah, exactly. Being sleep trained or whatever. But then, loving the child and cuddling them and holding them and all the things they need before they go to sleep, those aren't mutually exclusive. And guys, there's a reason that little ones need to be cuddled and loved and all that, be rocked before they go to sleep. It's so they can feel secure, so their parasympathetic nervous system can, calm down, so their little bodies and brains and all the systems in their bodies can even out at a point of homeostasis, sort of balance out, so they can get
the good amount of sleep and the quality of sleep that they need for their rapidly growing and developing physical bodies and brains, right? So this is all, how it's supposed to be. When they go to sleep just out of sheer exhaustion because they cried themselves to sleep, we all know that feeling of being so tired because you were hysterically crying. I can remember that from when I was little. I can't think of once. I know it's happened when, just really, really upsetting something so that I was an adult, but I can't remember it. But I can remember that feeling from when I was a kid. So falling asleep because of that, or just be out of sheer exhaustion because, you're so stressed, you're growing, you've been awake too long, you weren't comforted to sleep, but your body finally needs to shut down. That kind of sleep is completely different than sleep because you were rocked and held and drifted off into a sleep, feeling safe and secure and nurtured and embraced by someone that you knew, was going to protect you. And, the outcome for, 2 different little ones that are treated in those 2 different ways, just with that variable alone, studies show the outcome will be significantly different. All of these little things that we need to do for little ones to help them, find their way in this world and feel safe and secure and loved in this world, all of them are significant. So with your children, with your grandchildren, with, little ones in your life that might not be related to you, whatever you can give them to make them feel that way is significant. So just keep that in mind. Okay. Oh, wow. So we talked about this in the beginning. I just have to read this out because it kind of surprised me. So Siobhan says, my conclusion is she did kill them. Chris freaked out. So he thinks, okay, we're not going to go too deep into this, but I just had to read it out because it surprised me. Chris freaked out. Nicole attacked her, killed Shanann. Thing I don't understand is why Chris put his beautiful girls in the tank. All right. Well, yeah. They had one dog, Dieter. He was a dachshund. Let's see. Leslie here says, kids need attention and to know they are loved. It's only natural to love your kids. Absolutely. Oh, CV loves long-winded. Oh, good. I'm glad. You haven't wait, when was that? Oh, that was a while ago. Okay. So, man. So, all right. So, I was like, this is the final on this topic. I'm not going to end this right now, but I say this every live stream. I over plan when I'm going to put my live streams because I have an outline here of what we're doing, whether it seems like it or not. I do. I have like a map, and I'm not even close to halfway through it, and I cannot do a 6-hour live tonight. So there will be a real finale. This was a dress rehearsal finale. So just so you know that. Emily Campbell, welcome, says, wow, I haven't seen these videos of Shanann. I always wanted to know why Bella was so skinny. Seems like food withholding abuse. It happened to me. I'm so sorry for that. I still have an eating disorder. Emily, I'm really sorry to hear that. And, I'm sorry that you're still struggling with that. I had an eating disorder when I was in middle school, high school, college, and a little after. And it's horrible. I know it's horrible. So I hope that you can, work through that, and you deserve to get support. So I hope that you can get that. And Emily, if you can, moderator, please put my email in chat. If you wanted to email me and talk about that, or maybe we can, I don't know if, I'm just putting this out there. If you want to talk about this, please email me. I would love to be there for you. Just let me know what your name is here so I can recognize it, and I will be on the lookout for it in case you decide you want to. Obviously, no pressure, but I'm very sorry that you've gone through that. Gosh, these are such great comments and questions. Oh, hey, Serena Williams. Yeah, this is true, Serena.
I did read the Baby Wise books because of this case. I did one live stream about it with Tabitha Jane, and oh boy, the fallout I had from that was significant. I haven't really talked about it since, but I know what Serena's going to say is right. Shanann Watts wasn't necessarily following the tenets of Baby Wise. She was going rogue and saying that it was Baby Wise, and Baby Wise is bad, but she was going by her own regimen, right? I don't honestly remember the precise details, but it is something like this. Baby Wise is supposed to be used for a certain age range, and that age range, that's hard to say, the high limit, if anyone knows this, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's 18 months. So after a child is a year and a half old, Baby Wise is a moot technique. You're supposed to get the child into a routine for, potential they believe it's good for a baby, right? But you go through these regimens and they change as the baby develops and gets a little older up until age 18 months. None of the things prescribed in Baby Wise are appropriate or suggested for children over 18 months, which again is only a year and a half. So when this quote unquote Baby Wise methodology is being used to sleep train little girls who are older than 1.5, who are ages 2, 3, 4, 4.5, pushing 5, that's not even a thing. So yeah, you're right, Serena Williams. You're right. Hey, Cyberpunk Central, how are you doing? Miss Matt, how are you doing? Oh. Oh, US Trigger says, Cully, my wife sends her love and thanks for the live, but the videos of how Shanann treated her kids infuriates her. I can imagine. My first reaction was it infuriated me too. Because I do know how wrong it is. And, that's why, on this channel, this has to be discussed. And it's been a struggle to discuss it on this channel, trust me. But, I'm not here to, make everyone happy. I never was. It was hard for me to figure out how to do what I need to do and deal with all the backlash at the same time. But at the end of the day, I'm not here to make everyone happy. When I started this channel, I believed in the issues of justice in this case and still do. And I also understood the significance of the family dynamics and behavioral situations that we see the people involved in this case, primarily the family members, going through. And we see clear indicators of individuals in a family unit spiraling into a state of crisis. And this is something I deal with a lot. I'm always on our crisis, wherever I've worked, I'm always part of the crisis management situation, right? And there are days, like work days, where all I do is evaluate crisis or work with somebody who's been identified to be heading into crisis until somebody else more appropriate for it can get there, because, we're just dealing with teens on site. Anyhow, very clear indicators to me of somebody headed towards a state of crisis. Had there not been a murder, something else very difficult for these people to go through was just on the horizon. And it's so critical that we understand this, we see it, we talk about it, so we can see those indicators of heading towards crisis in maybe ourselves or others around us. And this seriously can save lives. So even though it's infuriating, it feels uncomfortable, I still think it's important to watch. I mean, it's not necessary, you don't have to watch it, but it's definitely important to, can't turn your head away from this. All right, I need a talk break for a minute, so I'm going to play something else here for a minute. I need to go get a drink. Thank you guys for being here and for being so amazing in chat. I really appreciate it. I have so many freaking starred comments I want to read. we're definitely gonna have to do a part 2 on this. I'm gonna do it really soon because then I do need to move past this at least for a while and focus on other things. Give me just a moment. Well, what do I already have loaded up in here? I'm just gonna play this for a moment while I'm finding something else. So
later on that night from Santa. Weird logic, but to each their own.
well, let's hear what Neeks Peaks has to say about this Christmas situation. I don't think I've even heard her commentary on this. I identified this in one of my videos too. Bella pulls her hair due to stress and anxiety. We see that. It's just how it is. Also, her hair loss pattern, which is significant, is something that we see is a hair loss pattern in children who do pull their hair because of stress and anxiety. It's, a clinical, it fits the clinical description completely. So if you know that, there is no doubt in my mind, there never has been any doubt in my mind that Bella pulls her hair because of stress and anxiety. I can't say anything more descriptive definitively about the root of that, although we have, indicators from, watching all these videos and stuff, but it's been seen many, many times before in children, and anybody who knows about, that reaction to stress and anxiety would know that is what Bella is doing. I also don't think that she got proper nutrients often. So that could be a contributor, but there is definitely a stress pull pattern.
She's not wanting us to hear. There are two particulars where this note becomes relevant, and that is Bella keeps trying to express something about the present. It is my belief that what she's trying to say is that she didn't ask for this water bottle. It is just another one, as she said. But each time that Bella mentions the present, right before she says, well, that's the one Santa got you, she moves the camera. And there are actually several times where she makes an excuse for why she's moving it. So as soon as the present gets brought up, she'll turn the camera and she'll say, I'm trying something, mumble, mumble. Now, the second relativity is that you can hear Celeste screaming. Now, I believe that she's saying ouch, ow, in many instances of this and in between parents talking. Now, many times that I feel like it may be clear that Celeste is verbalizing some sort of expression for out or ow, and Shanann will flip the camera because we get that audio again from the camera flip and the lag of connection to the live session each time that she flips the camera view. These are two times that you will notice this camera flip if you pay attention. And Bella is shut down every time that she mentions this present. And in fact, every time that Bella has a sour face and Shanann is calling her the Grinch, the present is being brought up. Native Neeks Peakers have seen an episode that I completed, which was called H2 No, What's Prohibited. And it is about the water prohibition in the home and that there are certain restrictions with concern for drinking water at certain times. And I didn't.
Oh yeah, this creator does really great videos on the water and food restriction. I will definitely link that in the description when this video is done. If you haven't seen them and you find this to be interesting, or you just want to learn more about, what's going on here, I definitely recommend them.
Not include the alleged request for water bottles for Christmas as a part of that video because it is my belief that that's not actually what these kids asked for. Now, my number one reason for not believing is that obviously both girls wouldn't have asked for the same thing and they got the same thing. So I don't really think these presents had anything to do with what the girls requested. I don't actually think that they got any more presents than this year either because, as you'll see in this episode, I believe that Shanann probably would have posted those. And you hear her make an excuse for it in the Christmas video. She actually says, do you not want Santa to bring more presents later? Or I'm sorry, she says, Santa's not going to bring more presents later, like as a threat. What kind of weird instance would Santa bring you 2 presents and then you would get presents later on that night from?
Well, that could happen, but I just see this. I'm reading your comments, Robert, and I do appreciate them, but I do need to address this one. Robert says, disappointed in you, Kelly. Just because you have a degree doesn't make you an expert. People parent in different ways. She loved her babies. She absolutely did love her babies. I fully believe that. Always have believed that and say it often. And with sincerity, she completely loved her children. No fucking question about it. Because I have a degree doesn't make me an expert. No, I totally agree. I believe that an expert is defined by, what do they say? 10,000 hours of practice of something. There's other qualifiers, and that's kind of what I go by for an expert status. So that makes me an expert in teaching yoga because I did that a great deal of my life and spent way more than 10,000 hours training and doing that. And I don't know, there's certain areas of my field that I am considered an expert in. Not all of them, though. But I don't think I'm an expert all around. I don't think I have it all right. I say all the time, I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. And if there's any uncertainty about what I'm saying, I'll say, and I could be wrong now. If I am 100% certain of what I'm saying, not because it's my opinion, but because it has been fully researched, fact-checked, sources vetted, corroborated, the data I'm relying on is accurate, replicable, all of the standards for the scientific method, then I'll say, but I do know I am right now, so let me tell you why. But so I do just need to say that I'm aware of these things, and I give Shanann credit where credit is due. I think there was great things about Shanann. She definitely loved her children, and I feel so sorry for her that she didn't get to live past the age that she was at when she was murdered, and she is frozen in time right here in this very painful, very, very painful place in her life where there was a lot of struggle and discomfort and a sense of incongruency inside of her. And, in like our life progress, like this is generally, not always, and I don't know this for sure, but I can tell you one thing, people can be pretty predictable, okay? Most human behavior can be predicted due to patterns from, you've heard the saying, past behavior, whatever it is, past behavior predicts future behavior. I can't remember what it is, but this is true about human behavior. I am a specialist. I'm a behavioral therapist. Where Shanann was at in her life has every hallmark of somebody heading towards a state of crisis, and she was about to break one way or another. And it would have been terrifying and painful and horrible for her in the moment. Haven't we all been there? Haven't you been there? I've been there. But on the other side of it, she would have broken in a place she needed to break so she could adapt to, her life, so she could move in the flow of life the way she needed to, hopefully, with her children being a part of that. Chris Potts, who fucking cares? Leave him behind. Obviously, we all wish she kicked him to the curb a long time ago. So I do just need to say that, but thank you for being here and for caring about Shanann.
Santa, weird logic, but to each their own. But I'm not about to believe that two toddlers asked for the same thing, got the same thing. Get out of here. Just like Bella said, it was just another one, another thermos, another cup. They had lots of these over the years. As a side Christmas note, in one video, I can't even remember which one it is right now, right off the top of my head, but there's a video where Shanann tells us right before Christmas 2017 that the refrigerator broke. I wondered if that was the reasoning why they couldn't afford presents for the girls on this year. I've actually wondered before if that is why Chris had the picture of the thermostat in the fridge to actually see if it was broken, maybe from that last Christmas. Was this something he was investigating? Was the fridge really broken that year? Did she just want a new fridge? Or was he just checking the temperature so he could put it on Craigslist? Or, well, you guys know the other nefarious theories, but we'll get to those later. Ends Christmas side note. I think she was filming a horror show here. That was what this was. We were watching a horror show and she was instigating Celeste crying. Celeste was supposed to cry and these tears were planned. Just like the pie in the face video, that was never supposed to go off without a hitch and kids enjoy it. It wasn't just a mishap, a toy that didn't go right. The Santa video was never going to go right. That was his intent. That was the reason, that was the purpose, that was the plan. That was take one. Now, I think with the one section where we actually hear Bella verbalize that she asked for a water bottle. However, Chris is asking her more or less, in my opinion, as a prompt because they've rehearsed this already and Bella knows that she's supposed to be claiming that she wanted the water bottle. That's kind of why she has that moment where she's giving in like, but I didn't ask for it though.
Now, I do believe this because there is definitely evidence and signs that a lot of these videos, there were elements of rehearsing to it. And when the actors didn't read the scripts correctly, there was exchanges that went on. I do think that Neeks Peaks, I personally, I don't know this, obviously. I do think she's spot on here. I do. What do you guys think about that?
She says, or something to that nature. But yet again, Shanann's going to cut her off and flip the camera and interrupt her each time that it's brought up. Now, what is really freaking sad is this becomes all the more sadder whenever you hear the audio enhanced because you hear that Celeste in the background is screaming, ow. So in the instance that Chris prompts her and says, what did you ask for? She's answering in a hostage situation pretty much. She has her sister screaming in the background. God knows what is making her say ow. Just imagine the situation you have to be in to be begging for the parent that you don't even think is home. So she's not even necessarily begging for help. She's just pleading in wretchedness. I mean, she's hopelessly yelling out for a parent that she doesn't believe is home. And I believe that Shanann actually starts out the video by somehow inducing these tears. I think that the very beginning clip that we see of the girls screaming or that we see of Celeste screaming is prompted, I think, either, she gives her one of her nips or some sort of incentive to cry. And you can see that Celeste doesn't actually run away. Like she doesn't run upstairs and go completely away from the filming. She just goes back to the living room. Well, Shanann, while obstructing our view, joins the girls in the living room. Then she begins to pit them against one another. So we see her say, Bella, come on. And whenever Bella has affirmations that she doesn't want to do this, she says, well, I'm going to go get Cece. And you actually hear Bella change her mind or make some sort of verbalization that is argumentative, like, no. This is something we see this mom doing often, which is really sad, to teach them to be competitive over you. And then she laughs and makes posts about how competitive they are and how she doesn't have enough arms to carry one of them, or both of them. But that's a conversation for a different.
Yeah, there are, I can think of 3, possibly 4 pictures where there's a picture of, her and the girls are in it and they are like hysterically crying and reaching for her, grabbing at her, or like, hugging her. And she has this look on her face like, oh geez, oh my God. And it's like they, like they both want mommy. They're crying, they're fighting, over mommy. What am I going to do? It's just strange.
Different day. Anyway, it's easy enough to hear all of these owls going on in the video. It's plenty enough owls to say that my theory is logical. I was actually somewhat surprised by them. I think that she does a pretty good job turning the camera during each owl or out pleading that she's having in the background during that point where Santa is actually giving Bella her presents after Shanann threatens to switch gears and do it with Cece. Now, period, point blank, to anyone paying attention, it is clear as day that Shanann and many of these exchanges and many of these camera flips, they are occurring for no reason. They have no production value. So she's either turning the camera at just a door and she's obscuring our view of what's actually happening, or she's just flipping it for no reason and mumbling under her breath, making excuses, saying she's trying to do something. I'm trying to blah, blah, blah. And what was happening was something nefarious, per always in the Watts home. What, you thought they changed it up because it was the holidays? Happy holidays, you guys. I know.
Yeah, man. So like that's intense. Like I know, but yeah, I mean that's just, I don't know. Let me read some comments here. Oh wait, just 1 second. Give me just 60-second intermission type break. 60-second intermission type break. Um, 90-second intermission type break. Doodly-doodle, all right, let me just type this in here. Can't wait to read your comments. It's so funny. Gotta scroll, gotta scroll. Hmm. 2-minute intermission type break. No, here, okay, here we go. Because I'm going to have to do a part 2 to this, I'm taking what now feels like a logical detour in my sort of map of the agenda for tonight to kind of carve out a chunk of it to address next time and sort of stay on a path that makes sense here. So I'm just doing what I would normally do before the stream to organize things so the next little part here is smooth running, hopefully. Oh yeah, Neeks Peaks really does have great videos. Yeah, totally. Okay, so this is just a few minutes long. This is, I'm gonna go with Neeks again, since we're taking this a little different path here, as I just explained. She calls this punitive pinches. She calls this video punitive pinches. And I also think she's spot on with this. I've actually, before even watching this or knowing, or neither was a Neeks Peak, I didn't identify certainly some of the things she did here, but there are a number of other situations that fit into this same category. You'll see what I mean here. Okay, I'm just going to read this because I think this is one of the videos where she had to remove the sound because of YouTube changing their policies, probably for licenses. There you go. I need to spare you the echo there. Sorry about that. Probably for licenses that she paid for that they then didn't honor like they did to me. So I'm just going to read the video, or I'm sorry, read the posts here, since I think that's what happened. So this just says sisterly love. And this picture in the middle here, I remember was one of the first pictures I just happened to see of these two girls where I was like, what is going on there? Bella's not doing anything to her on purpose there. I totally don't think she's trying to hurt her. It just so happens that that's like that's a weird situation for Cece to be in, uncomfortable, and certainly could be dangerous if an outside force were introduced to, their tiny little bodies. So Neek says, just when I'm wondering what, well, Shanann says chokehold. Let me pause this here. Someone said that's not sisterly love. That's Bella trying to choke Cece out. And then another person, a grandparent said, look how big Celeste is getting. And then Shanann Watt says chokehold. Neeks really didn't like that. I didn't think too much of this, but Neeks did. I mean, it's not funny, but I mean, it does look, I don't know. How this pic making you feel? It gives me a lot of anxiety, says Neeks. The other 6 comments, okay. Okay, 6 comments had been deleted probably due to comments like this one, because Shanann said, whoops, plus she's not like. So my prediction for Cece in the near future, had these people been allowed to live their lives like they should have, you know, I think that Bella's hair, to Bella, the equivalent of Bella's hair might be Cece's body type. You know, Shanann did mention a number of times that she was, you know, she always called her thick, and just some other things that, you know, I mean, I don't know, man. If you're a female, you probably know what it felt like, the insecurity of growing up as a woman. I certainly do. As I just shared with you, another poster said they have an eating disorder that I went through, a very bad one, for a long period of time in my life. And, you know, I know certainly some of it was due to, you know, those societal standards, blah, 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 whatever. Cece would have become very sensitive to being called thick and things like that very soon. All right, let me move through these a little bit. That's weird. Had to use tweezers to get a French fry out of Cece's nose. Strange. Better than getting the poop that she's eating from her own overflowing diaper out of her mouth, like the other one that we were reading. That was horrible. I think that's one of the worst posts I've read. I'm just reading. They see if I should read anything out loud here. She thought it was funny that Cece had a French fry stuck up her nose. She had to get out with a tweezer, and it hurt her. Oh, and then she was laughing, though. She doesn't trust Chris with tweezers, she says. Okay, so there's so many posts like this, always commenting on the girls' sleep schedules, how long they sleep. At some point, well, somebody said to Shanann, oh boy, sounds like the CC train kept chugging today. Full steam ahead. Shanann said, oh my God, thank goodness she napped for 4 hours. I needed the break from cleaning up over and over again. Shanann needed breaks a lot. She talked about this. Was glad everyone at school needed a break. You know, they slept 12 or more hours a night, took 3 to 4 hour naps during the day. This is not normal. A long, long time ago, before I even had this channel, when I was like looking into all of these issues, because it was part of some work I did in grad school, whatever. But, you know, I talked to medical doctors, my own, and then consulted with people who weren't my own doctor. I think there was a total 3 I talked about various issues. Anyway, I think 2 of them, we talked about this sleep schedule thing, and they were shocked that a child that age would sleep that long on a regular basis. You know, both of them, when we first started talking about it, said, oh, the person who says that the children are sleeping that long on a regular basis, they're just saying that that's not true. There's no way a kid that age would sleep that long. It's just not going to happen. So, I mean, you know, draw your own conclusions from that. I don't know. Yeah. Turn the volume up. Oops. Oh, there's no volume. Okay. So these say, I was punishing Bella and told her to go in timeout. Celeste knew what I meant. I meant business, so she just went in timeout, just in case. Hashtag timeout. Hashtag kid drives me crazy. And then this other post, someone was not a sweetie this morning. Hashtag timeout. Hashtag she did not like. I know. Hashtag bad mommy. Timeouts of this sort in the corner are, I think a lot of people know, are completely ineffective. You know, and this is my area of expertise. I will say that what I do as a behavioral therapist is to help children and teenagers modify their behavior so they can develop new skills. So rather than, behaving in maladaptive ways during the day through their lives, ways that are going to just get them bad outcomes and ultimately probably get them into trouble, possibly incarcerated as an older teen or an adult, my job is to help them change those behaviors. So the way they're behaving in society is adaptive and will give them good outcomes and will give them a chance to be fulfilled and successful in this life and to enjoy life and to just not have so many of the struggles that they would have if they continued to behave in the ways that they were usually at the time when, they're introduced to me, right? So timeout simply is not effective. I mean, it's just simply not. That's proven. That's a fact. Something like removing a child from a situation, and which would require them going to another location, but then there would be some additional guidance by the adult to help guide them through that process of changing their behavior. So next time they don't do whatever got them put in timeout in the first place, that could be amazingly effective and beneficial. But just sending a child into timeout, into the corner, that is just don't even. It's not good, and it's will actually have, as you might assume I'm going to say, the opposite effect, or the opposite outcome for a child, and it's going to end up being negative for them. Their behavior will get worse because of this, the timeout in the corner. Okay, so according to BabyWise, this is regarding punishment. After the child reaches 6 months of age, 6 months, parents are instructed to begin punitive disciplinary measures such as squeezing or swatting of the child's hands or isolation in the crib for quote unquote rebellious infractions, including foolishness, malicious defiance, or even playing with food on the high chair tray. Now, I just need to say, and I hope some of you are thinking this too, before age 6 months old, there is not one single baby in the world that maliciously defied any parent. And any parent who thinks their baby under 6 months of age is maliciously defying them really needs to get some serious help for themselves, because that is fucking crazy. Seriously. I can't even believe I'm reading this. So infractions including foolishness, malicious defiance, or even playing with food on the high chair tray. Damn that, baby. Ezo explains to parents that the use of pain and discomfort can be essential disciplinary tool. After age 2.5, children who have toileting accidents are required to clean themselves up. Huh. Wow. Man, that's messed up. That's messed up. I mean, that's not Shanann's philosophy, but that what we just read, that is messed up. Okay, so here's Cece. So Neeks Peaks claims that Cece often has a red nose. And, well, here. Why is there no volume on this? Maybe she had to remove all the volume for the whole thing. That's crazy. Let's see. Here, it's coming back. I've asked other people if they notice how red Celeste's nose seems. I'm not the only one to notice it. Now, I do think Shanann does the punitive pinches because I've seen it in so many contexts, but I do also think Cece's nose might be rudish because of her complexion. I simply don't know about this one. So this one says, is it nap time yet? See, Shanann was always waiting for the girls to go to bed, always waiting for them to take a nap or go back to school. I think she loved her children. I really do. I think she loved them very much. I do not think she liked parenting at all. I do not think she enjoyed being a parenting. I think she loved her children. She did not like parenting. She didn't want to parent. I think that's pretty clear from my perspective, but there's no doubt she loved her children. I mean, I think this was a deep inner struggle for her. It was probably caused a lot of confusion and chaos. And this is all, contributing to what I think is obvious to many people, or if it's, I shouldn't say it's obvious. No, it's not. What I know to be true, and many of you do too, that Shanann was spiraling towards a state of crisis and shit was going to go down one way or another. I think her conflict about being a parent and loving her children and hating parenting and not wanting to parent, I think that was a huge, huge struggle. Consciously or subconsciously, I truly do not know. No idea, but definitely it existed. So she says, is it nap time yet? This kid has me on my toes, that's for sure. Busted her mouth, then continues to climb things. I was given 5 kids in one with this one. Hashtag Black Label to the rescue. Hashtag Thrive saves me. So she busted her lip and this looks like for a busted lip, that's fairly aggressive there. All for a picture, Here's another thing too. I had never seen this set of pictures before Neek's Peaks. She does come up with some really rare pictures. As do I, but she does too. Okay. In my opinion, okay, this is a Reddit poster. I'm not going to read that because I want to hear what you guys think. Okay. I need to find the source on this. Let me go back a minute here. So, So this is talking about how pinching areas like the nose or the earlobes is going to hurt a child. It can be a form of punishment. It can be very traumatic for them. But from the parent's perspective, since corporal punishment is no longer allowed, is often illegal, can have your children removed from you for doing it. You can even be arrested and do some hefty time for being physical with a child. The solution here, and I don't know the source, honestly, it's being suggested that pinching areas like the nose or the earlobes, soft tissue areas, can be effective punishment. It's not going to cause a slap mark. It's not going to cause, any like bruises, from your fingers that might be telltale signs of abuse. So you can get the result you want from your child abuse efforts by hurting areas that have cartilagey areas where there's not going to be a resulting bruise and such. Okay.
Daddy. Like, even at the house, Daddy. Like, Daddy's the easy one and get away with everything. Go in the corner. Oh, Daddy.
This is Frank Ruzick speaking from his interview.
It's time to leave? Leave? Daddy home? No.
Now, she does say bad there, and Neek's Peaks here is suggesting that we catch glimpses of punishment for the children. That Shanann is crafty with her camera view, front side or back side, and kind of cutting the view, cutting the perspective, so we don't see certain things. And I 1000% agree with that. I have thought that since the day I first started watching these videos. Do we know if that's accurate or not? I don't know. What do you guys think? But she and I do share the same opinion on that. I can tell you that much.
Bring you.
What Santa bring you, Cece? Poppy slippers
You got
and
poppy
a water
slippers?
bottle. Those are
Stuff on the board. More stuff on the board. Okay. But what would you want? What do you want to do? Do you want to do any? That's so sweet. I think you took her upstairs so she wouldn't distract me because he saw me on a live video. Hey, Mitch. Say hi, Mitch. Say hi, Ruby. Will you say hi, Ruby? Say hi, Ruby. You got yogurt face. Say hi, Ruby. Please. No? You're so silly. Say bye. No, look at me. Say bye. Say bye. Come here. Come here. Come here, Bella.
They'd always cry for daddy. Daddy, daddy, daddy.
Bella, you sit on his lap with Bella, Cece? Here. She moved her pants. Bye, guys.
I'm sorry. I was talking. Serena says those nose pinches are fast, but she's definitely doing it. Yeah, Serena. Unfortunately, I believe you are correct. Let's see which is the one I need here. I think it's this one. I'm so grateful Neeks peeked at these videos. I haven't seen any other creator, approach this content other than this channel. And what I believe is as balanced as you can get way and thoroughly too. Perhaps she's better than that than I am. And her video quality, she makes amazing videos in my opinion. So I'm just so appreciative that she put this content out there. When she did kind of come onto the scene and start making videos, it gave me some courage and kind of feeling like I wasn't alone in this, being this voice for the girls in this way. I know other people felt that they needed to be a voice for the girls in a certain way. And, I think some have good intentions. I know some of them do not, but I think that's often comes with a voice that is really from a person who really is truly in their mind kind of disgusted by Shanann. And I know that I am not. I truly am not, because my heart breaks for her in a million ways too, not just because she was murdered by her husband, but because of this behavior and what I believe has to be in someone for her life to get to the way that it did in her interpersonal relationships. And I think that Neeks is definitely more critical of Shanann than I am, but I think that she also approaches it at least with some understanding of what Shanann was going through, and she'll defend her at times, when other people are, she'll say, I know a lot of people think this, but let's be fair here. This is the reality for Shanann. So come on, seriously, let's cut her a break. We don't have to, crucify her for things she hasn't done. She'll say things like, she's done enough where we don't need any more material. Right. So, okay. So is this the video? Oh, screw it. I'm just going to put this one in here. Okay, so I'm going to pop in another video, and this might be the last one. Then we will have to do a part 2, but your comments, guys, are freaking awesome tonight. I'm just so impressed with some of the things you're saying. Okay. Well, you know what, Serena Williams, this is so well said. I'm going to get to that comment in just 1 second. This is really one of the best comments. And I totally agree with you. So listen up, y'all. Amazing, awesome comment by Serena Williams. I couldn't agree more. And I think this is perfectly said. It's eerie. And this is exactly how I feel. Thank you for saying this. It's irresponsible to not acknowledge Bella and Cece's truth in order to protect Shanann. That's exactly what happened during their entire lives. Exactly. That is exactly how I feel about it. At the core of it, that statement is it, and, I know the struggle is people do not understand that. If you speak for Cece and Bella, then you are against Shanann and you are victim blaming. No, those things are not mutually exclusive. More than one thing can be true at once, for sure. Feel for Shanann in so many ways. See the great things in Shanann. Know that she was evolving rapidly at the point where her life was taken, and things were going to change for her. Either way, we all go through our path in life and nobody's perfect. I fully believe that. And yeah, I have a lot of love and compassion and understanding for her, but I do for the kids too. And it is for those who do not have a voice and for the weakest among us that we must defend, or it's said that is the hallmark of a civilized society, and we shall be civilized here. And when we stop defending and protecting the most vulnerable among us, the sick, the elderly, the impoverished, children, that's just really fucked up. And that's not a world anyone wants to live in. I certainly don't. Really well said, Serena. Thank you. Oh, wow. That was cool. I like that. I don't think I ever read this before. Oops. Hold it. This is one of the videos where she had to take out the sound because of the YouTube policies. It's obvious. It's unfortunate. Okay. This says, all truth passes through 3 stages. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as being self-evident. From Arthur Schopenhauer. I don't know, Chopin somebody. I can't see the last letters there. Schopenhauer. This is so goddamn sad about Bella. I can't even. Bella put Bella to bed, and she wanted to read one more book. So she grabbed the book off of her bookshelf and sat in her chair in the dark and started flipping through pages. Hashtag bookworm, hashtag love her. And there's a picture of it too. And Cindy Watts talks about it as well. And so does somebody else. Them seeing Bella on the camera in the girl's room reading books in the dark. Sad. Because she was in there too damn long. Like the doctor I spoke with said, No child that age sleeps that long. He didn't even think they could. All right. So this says Bella is okay. Quote, book is done, Cece. Sleep, Cece. Sleep, Cece. And a bunch of hysterical laughing emojis. And yes, that is Bella with her hand on the back of Cece's head, pushing her face into the comforter on the bed. That's not when you stop to take a picture. That's when you go, hey, oh, you're hurting her. And you talk to Bella about, everybody needs to breathe. You need to breathe. Cece needs to breathe. Where do you breathe? Your mouth, your nose. Oh my God, this is so sad thinking about what happened to them. I didn't think about this, and explaining to her that is dangerous and why it is dangerous, and okay, but not, telling her if she does that, she could kill Cece and then she won't be around to play with her anymore. Like what was told to Bella if Cece ate certain foods, which was bullshit. But, but this is not this is not a photo op. I mean, this is screwed up. That is super irresponsible. She's pushing a baby's face into a comforter on a bed. I mean, it's to stop and take a photo this is just insane. I mean, I don't know, man. If you're wearing earbuds, we have a volume alert. We're going to have some dog barking.
Yeah. You need everything? Yeah, do you want me to pull the book out? It's literally right here.
Okay, so this says, I'd watch Bella crawl to her bed in the dark, crawl to her bookshelf, then sit in a corner holding a book she couldn't see in the dark. If the children had really had asthma, wouldn't have let them cry like that have set off the asthma or Cece's choking? So Cindy Watts was talking about having to put the girls to bed at an absurdly early hour after they had just taken 3 or 4 hour long naps in the afternoon, and they weren't tired. So they either would cry and scream hysterically for a really extended time. And I do believe that, because even in Shannon's own videos, there's evidence of it. And that one video, the makeup tutorial one, dude, that is heartbreaking. And, Bella is getting up and reading books that she can't see in the dark. I do want to say, it says from book All My Broken Pieces, my friend, true crime author, who was here earlier, Kathleen McKenna Houston, that was her book she was writing for Cindy Watts. And a Watts creator back in the day stole it and put it out there. And, she stole it from Kathleen. Okay, so here, whoopsie, that went quicker than usual. Okay, so here is the post. So this is July 12th, 2015. So Bella is young. She was born December 2013, 14. She's only like a year and a half old here. So, okay. So this says, put Bella to bed, and she wanted to read one more book. So she grabbed the book off the bookshelf and sat in her chair in the dark and started flipping through the pages. So now you can see on the security camera, there's Bella sitting in the dark with a book, because she's simply not tired. She hasn't been awake long enough to be tired to fall asleep, unless something induces that sleep. Anyway. And Frank Rusick, Daddy Frank Rusick, such a great man, says, poor Bella, you better hide that camera when I get there. Love you both. And Shanann says, you don't go in there because I will ground you the rest of your trip. And Frank Brusick says, you tell her. I don't know. There must have been another comment in there that was removed. And then Shanann said, that for me, Dad. And then Shanann says, I have the key to the room. Oh, yes, because it is, I mean, it's said by a million people. The girls were locked in the rooms in the night. They could not get out of their rooms. They could not go through the Jack and Jill bathroom to get to one another. They were locked in, unable to leave their rooms if they had to. Wow, that's dangerous. That's so dangerous. Damn, hold it. Think about it, okay? You have a child in a room and you lock the door, you lock the child in the room, not because you're afraid somebody is going to come in and go into that child's room and harm them, but because you don't want the child to get out because it's inconvenient, you know? So you go to sleep knowing, I couldn't have gone to sleep knowing my little one was in a room that was locked, that he could not possibly gain access out of in an emergency. I don't know, in all the years of studying this case, I don't know if I ever really thought that through. Think that through. You don't want to be inconvenienced. So from the outside of the room, you lock a door, locking your child in, eliminating potential exit, which in the event of an emergency, you know, a bad storm, a natural emergency, a fire, a flood, whatever, a medical emergency, something happens, they start to panic, they need help, they need you, they need their parent. You, by locking that door from the outside, you eliminate the possibility of them, you know, getting out of that room if they need to, just so they can be more comfortable, just so they can feel secure, just so they can, get what they need from their parent to be a healthy baby, toddler, whatever that age, or potentially to save their lives. That's truly, wow. That is really one of the most selfish things I think that we are observing in this whole dynamic. Wow. I'm sorry. I was reading comments. I wasn't intending this. Somebody said all the talking at one time is hard to understand. I don't know. That's just, I'm really tired right now. I've been up since 6 this morning. It's getting late. I know I am going on and on. So this is also sometimes how the end of my live streams go. I do nice, neatly packaged, hopefully I'd like to believe well edited. I certainly put in the time and effort to try to make them right for you guys and the best I possibly can for you guys. That's what you're going to find in my videos that, I edit and upload my uploads, but in live stream, sometimes, this is just how it is. So I do apologize for that, but yeah, it's what you get right now. All right. Okay, so here we just have, again, I told you all those books on the shelf, literally every single one of them is from the MLM Usborne, which Shanann tried her hand at that. So here, she's just, plugging that. Okay, fine. She's just trying to, get ahead. Now, one of those books, here's a point Neeks Peaks is making, and because the audio is gone, I have to kind of make it for you. I'm buffering, I guess. Let me close them. Okay, so one of those books is this one. And this is the book that's found under the bed when Jane and her dog and one of the police officers sweep through. So she's saying here, prohibited from the bedroom, silence, because they had those noisy rain machines on every moment they were in the bedroom. Companionship, the doors were locked. It was said so Cece and Bella couldn't get to each other during the night and be together. Privacy, bathroom. And also, I would like to add toys. They weren't allowed to have toys in their bedroom. Books?
Some Peaks that I call a scary tale. It's a tale of prohibition in the Watts home surrounding the bedtime routine. As I said in my last episode, there's some more nails that my hammer wants to smash on. I'm going to answer some questions that I've been asked and also address some notable arguments that I've had since airing that episode. Many blame the techniques taught to the Watts parents on a certain famous book. The techniques in this book have been frowned upon and viewed as mostly abusive. In a group related to those books, Shanann addresses another mom who is asking about getting a husband to comply with the baby wise techniques. Shanann responded that Chris had actually partaken in reading the book or books that were used in order to gain this particular technique for child rearing. With slim to no evidence, many have sort of exonerated Chris from this nighttime technique, lest we forget a couple of bonding moments that we've seen the Watts couple have over their kids going to sleep. Check these out.
I'm going to get these kiddos to bed because obviously they're not thriving. They ran out of Thrive K. So I got to get these kiddos to bed, and I'm going to finish my cafe, which is delicious. Look. So we're going to wait till a couple more people pop on. Girls are sleeping.
Whoops. C. Curry asks, is a toilet drinking proven? In fact, it is. Shanann says it herself. She's doing a Facebook Live, and she is talking about, you know, how the girls have, it's only like 9 o'clock. The girls have been in timeout 7 times each. 7 times each at 9 a.m. What could a 2- and 3-year-old do so bad that warranted 7 times out of pop by 9 a.m.? But she says that Cece was drinking. She says she was drinking toilet water. Then she goes trying to drink toilet water, but it's a slip. And also eating out of the vent. Am I in the same video? No, I got to go back. Skip videos. I didn't.
They ran out of Thrive.
C. Curry and everyone, I didn't believe about the drinking out of the toilet or eating her own poop from her overflowing diaper. I did not believe that for a long, long time until I came across the words or photos straight from Shanann Watts herself that proved that those things were in fact true. And I truly was shocked.
Okay. So I got to get these kiddos to bed, and I'm going to finish my cafe, which is delicious. Look. So we're going to wait till a couple more people pop on. Girls are sleeping, getting some things done while they're going to sleep.
So I made my husband read the book so he understood why I was doing it. We're talking about Baby Wise. Just talk with him and explain. Tell him success stories too. Now, this is interesting because the girls went to bed by 6:30 p.m. every night. Slept for 12 to 13 hours after their 3 to 4 hour nap during the day. Now, Chris didn't get home until close to 5. The girls, and then when he got home, he promptly fed them, showered or bathed them, brushed their teeth, combed their hair, got them changed, and put them to bed. So God, the moment he got home, he was busy providing for the girls everything that, they needed for their, routine and their hygiene regimen in less than 90 minutes, where for, most families that could take like all evening being maybe from 5 p.m. till 8 or 9. I don't know. But this is what Chris is doing at 9:40 p.m. at night. Someone's thriving. He's mine. Hashtag my view. Hashtag motivation. Hashtag thrive. Hashtag my man. And then this other post says, this is how Chris watches TV at 9 p.m. at night. Lifting, push-ups, sit-ups, more lifting. Thrive plus duo. Chris may kill me, for this picture, but it's okay. Hashtag lean muscle. Hashtag not time for gym. Hashtag no time for gym. Hashtag no excuses. Hashtag thrive with duo. So this is interesting. So the girls have gone to bed before 6:30. It's now 9:40 p.m. over 3 hours later. And, Shanann and Chris have all this energy. In other videos, Shanann says that she goes to bed usually around 11:30 or 12. So there's, all of these hours that Bella and Celeste could have been spending some of that time having quality time with their parents, because really they didn't have much. This is very, very sad.
Now, the fist pump for me, it kind of negates, he was just silent and scared to say anything. This is throwing your kids under the bus and laughing at them at the joke, they aren't thriving. Per is my usual response, Chris is the co-defendant in the abuses that his children endured. The fist pump and the chuckles are kind of irreconcilable with the idea that Chris was afraid and just sitting by idly letting it happen. He was celebrating. He was making Thrive commercials with his wife. He was working out for his mistress. He was tagged in posts where his child was attempting to read a book in the dark. We've seen him close the door on Bella, who asked him to save her. I believe he closed their door to lock them in probably just as often as Mom. Maybe he towed the line at times, such as with the sitter and his instructions to put the kids to bed at 7. What I find to be a scarier tale is that everyone acted like this bedtime routine was normal and just another part of Shanann having everything in place in her home. Each and every speculation that's been surrounding this book, Under the Bed, is a scary tale in its own, because they attempt to detail the last day or the last morning of a murdered child's life. What I think is the scariest tale is that it actually details the lack of quality that were the contents of this child's entire life.
I just have to play with them, and then at 7 o'clock lay them down to go to bed. And he
told you to put them down at 7 p.m.?
Yes.
On another sad note about the sound machine,
Hey, I have to stop this and address this. I don't understand this. Cyberpunk Central says, I'm sorry, I do not believe a pediatrician that gave you advice. If you did, it was wrong. Sorry, I might have to block now because you just sound ridiculous. The pediatrician wasn't giving me advice. I was talking to him specifically about this case, naming this case, telling him what I was studying, what I was doing, and share. And there was actually 2 of them, but the one was more emphatic about it. So I'm in my mind, I'm thinking about him as I'm telling you this. The sleep duration, how long they slept, their ages, their level of activity, that this was the length of sleep every night. So that's like, see, 12 to 14. Let me do some math. So that is sleeping every day because there was a regimen and it was a must. This was all compulsory, okay? There was no wiggle room. You know, Shanann's friends say this. Christina Meacham says, when I stayed there, you know, things had to be done a certain way, and there was that, just like that was it. You know, there was nothing changed. It was rigid. It was strict, right? So each of these 2 little girls is sleeping according to what is said time and time again by not only Shanann, but Shanann and Chris, and also other relatives. And maybe even a friend or 2, but I'm not 100% sure about that. But definitely the both parents and other relatives. They each sleep 15 to 17 hours per day, every day, leaving 7 to 9 waking hours for each child each day, every day. My friend, they are not newborn babies. 18-month-olds, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds do not need 15 to 17 hours of sleep every day of their lives, experiencing only waking hours for 7 to 9 hours per day, every single day. Absolutely. I had that conversation with a couple of pediatricians. One, again, I'm thinking of as I'm telling you this. He didn't, I'll tell you, I was trying to not say the rest of it, but now I'm forced to say it. He did not think that a child could or would or could sleep that long every single day, you know, for a period of time, unless they were seriously ill or they were being given something. Obviously, they wouldn't take it themselves every day because to induce sleep. So that's specifically what he said. But I don't want to make accusations of that sort. So I was going to omit that part of our conversation. But there you go. So he said, there's no way that's happening unless they are really ill or someone's drugging them. So go ahead and unsubscribe if you like, but I don't know really what the problem is with that. I mean,
It appears that Shanann exposed them to these sounds even when they're away from the home and away from their bedrooms via portable sound machines.
all right. So, sorry, I forgot to mute it while I was playing. Okay. So, you know, again, here, this is just going to be more evidence of these claims about the duration of sleep and the, you know, daily nature of the duration of sleep that is, you know, curated intentionally, ostensibly by implementing the baby-wise regimen that is not applicable to children of the age anyway. But hey, I'm just tying together everything we talked about because I'm being very careful about the words I'm choosing, what I'm saying, and I'm selectively not saying everything that could be said for 2 reasons: out of respect, and also because A, it's irresponsible, and more importantly, in my situation, I guess, it's unprofessional to accuse someone of drugging their child to induce sleep or something like that. And I'm not doing that. But, now I had to disclose the missing piece of that conversation. But it's just really better I stay away from even saying that altogether. So this says, I purchased a portable sound machine that attaches to car seat. I usually go right after I'm done feeding. I try to get back in time for nap, but in case I'm not, I cover her and turn her rain on. So this is in the car. As soon as I get back home, finish her nap with her in the room and car seat. It works great for us. Okay, so now this dependency on rain machines, these white noise, I've always been someone who really likes white noise. Like I used to, I'm not this way anymore, but I used to have to sleep with a fan on and significantly on, so you really heard the fan noise. It drove boyfriends, roommates, whoever was with me crazy because other people did not like the sound, but it was very soothing to me. I liked it. And, I just get it. Some people, what relaxes you might not relax the next person. But it is my belief, I do not know this, but it makes perfect sense to me. And I think it will you too. Let me know what you think. That the girls' dependency on these rain machines, because, well, at least Shanann says they might have a hard time sleeping if there is no rain machine. Well, or maybe I think it's just because they're not tired because they haven't had enough activity in any given day to fall asleep naturally on their own. I think the dependency on the rain machines is in lieu of all of those things that, and a long time ago, Shanann says, I just put, they're sleep trained. I just put them down and they're done. Don't rock them. Don't cradle them. Just pop them into bed and they're done. That was a quote. So in lieu of that physical touch and that connection and that nurturing and that love and that hugging and, that physical comfort that you're giving a little one when you're rocking them or cradling them, they don't have that. So they need to induce, the same beta waves in their brain, at least, that would be induced if you did get that nurturing touch, that cuddling, that rocking from, from someone. And the white noise effect does the same thing. It adjusts your brain waves to beta mode. And that is also scientific fact, not just my assumption. They both have the same effect on the brain in that way. So it makes sense to me that the rain machines are essentially in lieu of rocking and cradling or whatever she said. That's exactly what she said. So I just want to make that point.
Every night, they know they have to go turn on their white noise machine and get in their bed. And kind of said they both went to the bathroom by themselves when they didn't even have to go to the bathroom, which she found pretty impressive for a 3 or 4-year-old.
The American Association of Pediatrics did a study on 14 different sound machines and found that all 14 of them exceeded the levels allowable in American nurseries, 50 decibels. The study concluded that regular exposure to these sound pressure levels may be damaging to an infant hearing and auditory development. Based on the findings of...
Hold up. Cyberpunk, you weren't talking to me, were you? You were talking to the person that said the pediatrician said to not give them fluids after 5. I'm sorry. I was like, oh my God, where's this coming from? I really I was like upset that you thought I was just making that up or something, kind of. I get it. Okay, I apologize. I overreacted. See, this case still makes me sensitive. I got ya. I'm sorry, Cyberpunk. I got ya. Oh, now other people are telling me this. See, that's what happens. I get behind the comments because I really do try to read all your comments. So my apologies, friends. And, I don't know. Maybe someone's pediatrician did tell them don't give them fluids after 5. That sounds a little dangerous to me. I mean, I don't know.
Of the AAP, pediatricians recommend that any white noise machine should be placed at least 7 feet away, 200 centimeters from your baby's crib. It should also obviously be noted that white noise doesn't work for all babies, and these aren't even babies. We're talking about toddlers or a toddler and an adolescent being exposed to white noise for over 13 hours at nighttime and then 3 hours during their naps. It's completely irrelevant here to weigh the benefits of rain machines with adults because adults have a choice to get up and turn this machine off, and obviously someone in a crib doesn't have that ability. Despite always being referenced as the rain machines, these things were cranked up on the white noise setting. Oddly enough, Jennifer Lindstrom was the only one to actually mention them with a reference to what they actually are, white noise. This is definitely one of those areas where I wanted to smash a few more nails, right? So Chris's story is BS because safety locks make a whole lot more sense. I think that Chris here is doing what liars do, and that is take a piece of the truth or something that's happened in the past and kind of misconstrue the information into the lie so that it seems to be a little more truthful than what it actually is. I won't concede anything about this particular testimony though, because it's a lie on its face. How in the world does it not make more sense to move the damn Vaseline than to lock the children's bathroom access? Move the Vaseline, install a child lock, lock another bathroom up with the liquids you're concerned about. There are 2 other bathrooms on this floor. This is another reason why this story doesn't make any sense. In order for them to be locked out of their own bathroom because of a fear that they were going to get into some sort of liquids in there, you would have to make sure that there are no liquids in the other bathrooms that are on the other side of the gate that obstructs the girls from going downstairs. So if they only have access to the upstairs bathrooms because of the child safety gate that is in the stairwell, there would have to be no liquids in any of these bathrooms, and or the other bathrooms would have to be locked to prevent such a thing from happening. This story is a lie told by Chris, and the babysitter seems to agree, as she seemed impressed with their ability to use the bathroom alone, according to her mother, Jennifer Lindstrom.
That's Friday. Yeah, no. So you normally keep it locked? Yeah, because they would go in there, they'd be in soap. Like last time we had Vaseline everywhere. Yeah, so that was not fun.
I was permanently banned from the R-Chris sub for explaining this to someone, this exact comment where I was like, they would have to be blocked out of all of the bathrooms, and the babysitter claimed that they used the bathroom by themselves. I received a message right afterwards, given my permanent ban from that sub. Woo woo. That sub is not for me, apparently. I did too good of a job arguing this point, I think. In the same comment that got me banned, I noted that, of course, Frank's testimony would be the one here we would believe. Without giving away too much, I think he was trying to make a point that the agents didn't waste their time looking at things that weren't exactly outside of the norm of the home.
Now, weighing these two testimonies and deciding that you're not exactly going with confirmation bias is pretty easy to me. Shanann's dad is the one with the reason not to lie. He wants these agents to stay focused and find his kid and her kids. It makes so little sense that you would block the bathroom doors for Vaseline that this seems like an almost pointless note to make, but nonetheless, I'm making it. And also, these locks had to be installed on those doors because I really don't see that as something that would have come stock with the house. Jack and Jill bathrooms having key entry locks on the doors seems pretty.
All right. I recently posted the interview with Frank Rusick. Frank Rusick talks about installing these bathroom locks when he lived with them they lived with them for 18 months. It was while Shanann was pregnant with Cece and then 18 months thereafter. And Cyberpunk, I don't know if you're still here or not, but I just want to apologize again. I got triggered. I was like, oh my God, I thought you were talking to me. It seems so not like you. And I've had this happen before where there were people that were disguised as one sort of personality, but they were really generally from a certain source. And then they flipped and caused all kinds of problems and damaged my channel. I was like, oh my God, is that happening again? I just got triggered and paranoid. So I sincerely apologize. But again, the locks on the bathroom doors that prevented the person in each bedroom, because it's a Jack and Jill bedroom, from entering into the bathroom, one side and the other, those locks were installed by Frank Rusick.
Pretty suspicious. This means that a home improvement was taken in order to place these locks there, most likely. And again, going to Lowe's or Home Improvement or Ace Hardware makes so much less sense than moving the liquid you fear your child would get into, especially two children who've been deemed to be able to go to the bathroom by themselves. On to another equipment misuse here. Check out this video, which is one of my favorites, of Celeste being sweet to Bella.
Stop. Mommy, we'll give a new one. I do this. I got the new turtle.
This is Turtle's mommy.
Can I have it?
No, it's Cece's Turtle's mommy. We got to find you your monkey mommy. Do you want the turtle mommy?
Well, can I have the big monkey?
You have to find a big monkey. You don't like that turtle?
I want that turtle. I want that turtle. Yes. Can I have it? Yay. I think it's the turtle. Yay, I love the turtle.
She doesn't realize the other one's.
Look, this is yours.
It is.
I like it. I love it. I want it.
Transfer.
Side note to this video is how freaking strange both parents act here. I've seen parents commend their kid after the instructions are given to share, little Susie, share your toys. Good job, little Susie. Sharing is one attribute that is a particular hard thing for most kids to wrap their heads around. And it's something that sort of has to be instructed over and over again for many kids in my experience. But this super sweet moment where Cece takes it upon herself to share without being instructed to, and she makes her sister oh so happy. And Shanann here seems to respond sort of agitated, saying, and not the most approving tone I've ever heard. She seems kind of aggravated, and we see the film cut right after it. So I don't know. It's so weird to me. Don't they both just act strangely silent here and weird? This video, on top of being one of my favorites due to the interactions between the kids, always stood out to me like, what the hell? I showed this to my kid's dad just to ask, an outside source who's not into true crime, like, does this video seem weird to you? And he definitely agreed it's weird. But back to the point, is this child safety gate we see in the door. This leads me to wonder why Celeste was never upgraded to a lock and key like her sister, Or was she? I know that these little wooden gates are not as sturdy as some of the more expensive versions that you buy. Was that enough to keep her in at night? I'd guess maybe it is, because there are no real movable things in the room to be used as a stackable and therefore escape this gate. So maybe Celeste was just locked in with the gate at night. Either way, we do see that this is probably surrounding nighttime. The kids are wearing their pajamas. Celeste is going in her nighttime diaper. And we see that, like I had said, the children are obstructed from leaving their rooms at night. See that it seems less nefarious if Bella also would have been locked in by a safety gate versus a lock and a key. But either way, I do maintain that this is not safe and it is a fire hazard.
And like I said to Frederick,
I virtually never block people from this channel, but that seems like that Robert guy created a whole lot of like disruption that was not necessary. So, I mean, it seriously is an event when I block someone from this channel, because I so believe in including people in the community and people's right to say what they want. But I love you guys and we don't need this trouble. So I'm going to officially block someone today. Everybody pop the champagne. It's bubbly time. Sorry for all that, guys. Sorry.
we were talking the other day about some stuff. He was asking me about the Jack and Jill bathrooms. Yes, they were constantly locked because they didn't want the girls to go together at nighttime.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Neeks Peak. You guys asked about, he just said, why don't you listen to Frank say it again? You don't need to hear me say it. Listen carefully. There's been a lot of questions about this. I don't know why. I wrongly interpreted Cyberpunk Central's remark. I don't know if you're questioning if it's true or not, but Frank Rusick going to tell you right here.
Either way, I do maintain that this is not safe and it is a fire hazard.
And like I said to Frederick, we were talking the other day about some stuff. He was asking me about the Jack and Jill bathrooms. Yes, they were constantly locked because they didn't want the girls to go together at nighttime.
There you go. And he's not the only person who said that. The Jack and Jill bathrooms, they were constantly locked. They didn't want the girls to go together at bedtime. He should know. He lived there for 18 months and he installed the locks. Obviously, having to understand which side of the door to put the locks on, so the lock would serve the function it was being installed to serve.
Now, that video totally backs up my statement that the girls were not at liberty to leave their room, which is what Shanann's dad's testimony describes. While he didn't state that outright, he implies it by saying that the girls were being kept away from one another at nighttime or while they were supposed to be sleeping. Another notable area where safety equipment was possibly used in a neglectful way, Cece was in her crib until February of 2018. Shanann placed a certain emphasis on Cece only behaving when she's in her crib. I originally said March of that same year, but have since noticed this post, which actually was a month earlier. Would have been more accurate to say near March, but February is pretty damn close either way, right?
I'd argue that all of the posts that Shanann included of the girls getting into several bathroom items, some of them more embarrassing than the others, is actually a note towards them not being locked out for this particular purpose, else it would have happened a long time ago. In one of the posts, Shanann actually blames Chris for having not installed the locks, which she implies that they bought at some point. So to reiterate my point that child safety locks make a lot more sense, goes without saying. And I'd also argue that these Facebook posts that were made by Shanann are probably exactly how Chris's memory jumped straight to going for that excuse during the search of his house.
Oh wait, I see Cyberpunk is back. So Cyberpunk, this is my third time. I feel I don't want you to feel uncomfortable because I so appreciate you. I'm really sorry. I thought you were talking about me, and it just shocked me. And I was saying it triggered me because back in the day, this hasn't happened in a while, but it caused a lot of damage to me psychologically. I guess at my channel, there were these undercovers like super disguised trolls that would act like a certain kind of personality for a really long time, and then they'd flip. And it was, I just got like triggered. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Cyberpunk Central's an undercover disguised super troll. And, I never would have thought it. Don't even think about him anymore. Okay, so I seriously apologize. I really didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. I was behind in the comments, so I didn't see Robert's comment, but I officially blocked him. I don't think I blocked anyone in like 6 months. Bye-bye, Robert. Bye-bye. Wow.
My last episode was about a fluid intake restriction or prohibition.
I need to read this comment. Some of you guys said, oh my God, somebody has a great comment. So I had to find it and read it. This is freaking brilliant. I've never heard anyone say this. Kudos, Stephanie. It's so sad though. Oh my God. Oh, okay. They, Bella and Celeste, were separated in life in the dark and then separated in death in the dark. He's such a damn mindless idiot. That's probably why he did it. Still subconsciously following the rules. Damn, Stephanie, that is super perceptive. I mean, I've never heard anyone say anything like that. It just rings so true, though. Thank you so much for that brilliant comment. Horrific, but really smart.
And that was in place in the Watts home. I believe that this fluid intake restriction was more or less surrounding the bedtime and the girls' use of a bathroom. It included in the many posts that Shanann posted about potty training and or for children on the toilet, there was always an emphasis placed on nighttime and nap time. The kids were potty trained except for nighttime and nap time, which doesn't make sense in my mind. Now, I've read somewhere near less than 10% of kids can have a nighttime potty issue, i.e., wetting the bed, but I would argue that it's probably near to impossible that she would have this problem with both kids. And there's even a video of Bella signing potty at a very early age, so they seem to have had the potty wrapped up. They seem to be trained for the potty quite early. And the braggable note from the babysitter even that they could use the bathrooms by themselves when she babysat. Leading us to one post, which would presume that Bella had the freedom to leave her room due to the wording. Shanann claims that Bella ran into her room, excited to wake her up dry. Ironically, none of the people who were denying my locked-in theory thought of this post, but I believe that my theory is very strong, stands on its own, and stands in the face of any exculpatory evidence, but I'd hardly call this exculpatory. Shanann a few times actually says the same thing about Celeste and then immediately corrects herself. Essentially, what these really mean is that Bella was excited to be dry once she was let out of her room. Check out Shanann correcting herself here.
So I wanted to come on here. I've just been busy this morning. I went to the grocery store. I put all the groceries away. I got the kids off. Today was a much needed. I think they woke up knowing it was cold and it was going to snow out because they were wide open from the time they woke up. Cece was not feeling too hot. Climbed in our bed. We got her about 4 o'clock and she climbed into our bed. Usually when she has a little difficulty in her breathing, she doesn't sleep really good. So never a morning person, always a late owl. So going to bed at 11:30, 12 o'clock, waking up at 3:30.
So here's Shanann saying some of the things that I've said, she's just saying in her own words, some things you guys asked about, or so like kind of maybe listen carefully here. And then when this is done, guys, I'm going to end this because it's almost 3 a.m. Oh my God, I didn't realize that. I'm like, I'm not going to do like a 6-hour live stream. Oh my God. I am going to do a part 2 of this because we're still only about halfway through the stuff. So I didn't mean to lie in the title, but it's finale part, or the last one, part 1. Oh my God. But I'm so glad you guys are here. I'm like really enjoying your comments.
Off here.
So I wanted to come on here. I've just been busy this morning. I went to the grocery store. I put all the groceries away. Got the kids off. Today was a much needed. I think they woke up knowing it was cold and it was going to snow out because they were wide open from the time they woke up. Cece was not feeling too hot. Climbed in our bed. We got her about 4 o'clock and she climbed into our bed. Usually when she has a little difficulty in her breathing, she doesn't sleep really good. So never a morning person, always a late owl. So going to bed at 11:30, 12 o'clock, waking up at 3:30 in the morning with Cece, who is literally, no joke, jumping all over my bed. I pull her in my room just so she goes back to sleep, but no, she wants to play and eat cereal and pour cereal over my bed and you name it, wants monsters.
So most kids will use the bathroom immediately after they become conscious again. I'd argue that probably both of the Watts kids didn't have a nighttime wetting issue. They more or less had a liberty issue, and obviously they were restrained from using the bathroom due to the locks on the bathroom doors. Shanann expressed hopes that Cece would be getting through the nighttime dry more often by the time the baby comes. We know that didn't happen by the time of their deaths. Celeste was recovered in her pull-up. I've seen a lot of people ask why wouldn't she have given them one of those portable potties, which we know they had due to the pictures included by Shanann. And I'd guess that would be the darkness, including being hard to read a book. It'd probably be pretty hard to use this potty in the dark, and it would probably make a bigger mess than what the parents were willing to clean up. Shanann disclosed in one of the posts about potty training that Bella's bed was prepared for the nighttime bedwetting with these pads that she bought from Amazon. Shanann also posted a picture of Bella where we can see that Bella was wearing the protective underwear. I think the real celebration was that Bella had finally trained her bladder to go the full time that she was locked in her bedroom without wetting herself, sadly.
So I don't know if this is obvious to say, but I think the fact that apparently, ostensibly, they were potty trained, except for at night and except for during naps. Now, keep in mind, at night and also during their naps, they were locked into their rooms with no access to the bathroom, no place to potty other than in their pants. Seriously. So sad. So I think, what is being told to us by the parents or themselves is that the amount of time the girls were sleeping, that excessive amount of time combined with their restricted access to leaving their room or to gaining entrance to the bathroom, the fact that they're potty trained except for during nap and at night, this altogether clearly tells us the regimen these girls are on is not working. So this is just one example of how over controlling these children, it's never going to work out right. Okay, a child's job is to explore the world around them, to gather information, to collect information about the world around them for their own safety, so they can enjoy life, so they can learn, so they can continue to develop by, exploring their limits, by playing, hopefully in a number of settings with a variety of, different developmentally appropriate things, maybe in different social situations by themselves, with others, and, with somebody overseeing them to establish appropriate boundaries and also maybe give them, suggestions to help move them forward developmentally when necessary, right? But so this example of the extended sleeping time and the restriction to movement out of the bedroom or into a bathroom is just one example of how these, critical moments or these key aspects of their lives were going to collide with one another because they were being way over controlled. And, Shanann Watts should still be here living her life, learning her lessons and doing her best like she always was. But she's not God and she's not Mother Nature. And trying to please either by anyone is never a winning proposition. perfect. And then just building on what I just said was, Lady Portland says maybe the locks influence the withholding of liquids. Exactly. So just build on what I just said about the extended sleep hours and the restriction of movement. No bathroom, can't leave the bedroom. Starts to clash with one another. Now, the over controlling, the restriction of the fluid. I mean, to me, I don't know this for a fact, but it seems pretty fairly obvious to me that the restriction of the fluid, the girls not being potty trained really freaked out Shanann. It was really stressful for her. Listen, when I was potty training my son, pee got there, pee was everywhere. And you clean it up. I don't know, is that disgusting? But, there's going to be little accidents. Well, he really didn't, but he went through that whole process amazingly because I didn't control him, perhaps. I don't know, or maybe he's just amazing. But I anticipated a mess and I was fine with it. You're potty training a kid, there might be a mess, right? I use cloth diapers actually. But okay, so now the restriction of the fluids, I totally believe, is to eliminate the anxiety Shanann felt should the girls have an accident while they were napping or overnight. That, listen, they may or may not have had if they had access to an adult to help them, to assist them, and or to a bathroom so they could potty in the potty rather in their pants. But since they had neither, and their job of exploring the world around them to learn and develop has been basically put on furlough by the parents because they're controlling everything, then, the only solution so they wouldn't wet themselves overnight or during naps was to restrict their fluid intake because they're not machines. And this is more than I would usually say because it's not a necessary comment, but I've always just had the sense, and it kind of scares me, that the frustration that Shanann felt about this, that she couldn't control all these dynamics. So both of them would make it through every night and every nap without wetting their pants, and they would sleep as long as she wanted them to sleep. So she didn't have to deal with them really. She couldn't control all of that. And I just imagine that this frustration she felt was taken out on the children. And I don't even know if I want to know how that looked. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Oh, that's another thing. God, good points, guys. Lyrical Blue, and hey, how are you doing? Says no diaper change for 12 hours. Yeah. It is said by a number of different people, and Shanann says it herself. She detests changing diapers. Chris was the diaper changer, okay? This is another thing that's weird to talk about that I usually am afraid of saying, but I'm just going to say it. I, again, don't know this for a fact because I was not with them and I didn't check Cece's diaper or anything like that. But we already know that Shanann said in that one, which I think is the most horrifying post I've seen by her, maybe, that one time she went into Cece's bedroom after her nap. There was some brown stuff on her. She noticed it was all over her. Then she noticed it was in her ear. And then she noticed that Cece was eating it. And then she noticed that there was poop bubbling, or the word she used, out of her diaper. She was eating her own feces. She had her own feces in her ear, in her hair, on her face. And then her comment was she drank it down with milk. My God. That poor child. I mean, you can have an explosive accident as a little one where that would happen. Dude, I use cloth diapers. They are not nearly as absorbent as the Loves or something. I don't ever remember that happening with my son. I remember really fucking messy diapers, but poop bubbling out of the diaper. So it was in his hair, his ears, all over his face, and he was making a snack out of it. That is freaking disgusting. And I don't remember that happening. So there's just one little anecdote. Take it how you will. I take that as evidence that diapers weren't being changed during the day, at least sometimes. And also, even when Cece was on video, man, try to tell me she didn't have a goddamn full diaper. Most of the time, you could see her diaper on a video. These videos were taken during the day. These Lavelle videos, they're all taken during the day when Chris was at work. I think that this is my opinion, and I'm going to say it. People aren't going to like it, and I don't really care. I have to wonder how much diapers were changed when Chris wasn't there, but I don't have to wonder too much because I feel fairly certain that the answer is, if at all, barely. What do you guys think? So I guess the question, guys, is, wait a minute, I lost my place here. Let's see. It's like right around here. Wait, I'm gonna read this anyway. I'm gonna start here. Jeez.
Good girl. Good signing.
Did she speak again?
Both of the girls would have become
Oh, wait, here.
to maintaining these extensive amount of hours in the bedroom, even more so than the medication which has been alleged to have been given to the children every day. While everyone metabolizes medications at a different rate, I think that, simply put, both of the girls would have become accustomed to the Benadryl effects that made them drowsy. I think that after a while this just wouldn't have worked as well, and I don't believe that it could have been maintained without a kid coming out of their room over and over again.
When I went to the rooms, just kind of like, make the bed. Like, I wasn't going to turn the rain machine on, like, I wasn't, like, going to read them a book. I wasn't just do that. I wasn't going to, like, do the that. I wasn't going to play in the playroom. I wasn't giving them, like, their nighttime snack. I wasn't, giving them their medicine. I wasn't, getting them dressed for bed. All that, like, just, it just hit me. Like, I'm not trying to monitor on the Boston because they're not here.
Wow. Hold, I got to find something here. I think I just had an aha moment. Okay, it's right around here. Let's see. It's right around here. Sorry, I'm just looking for this one post. Sometimes when you scroll through these, okay, it doesn't like it misses frames. I know this because when I edit my videos, I realize this when I transfer it over to YouTube. And that's what's happening right now. I gotta find this though. Okay. It was right around here. I gotta start here. Okay. I think we may have just made a connection, but I need to compare the dates. Oh, here it is. Oh, let's see. So, oh, maybe not. Let me go back and check. No, never mind. No, because I was looking at those videos of where Cece was crawling into the sink and get water. And those videos all happened within like a 2 week. There were 3 of them that all happened within a 2 week span. There's the 2 big ones. And that was in May, the 3rd week of May, 2017. But then this was July 11th, 2018. This was right before the murders. 2 nights in a row, no pee and Celeste nighttime diaper. Fingers crossed we can go diaper free at night before baby comes. So I was wondering if we could see like the fluid restriction correlation here, but it doesn't exist. Not in that way, at least. So, all right, guys, this is insane. I cannot believe we've been live for this long. I got to go. And it's going to be a quick ending because I really got to go. I got to get some sleep. I've been exhausted all week and I got to get some sleep because I'm going to take care of myself and get myself some sleep. And you should take care of yourself too because you're amazing. And you need to take care of yourself. As I said, I am going to do a part 2 of this because I was saying, oh, I feel like I've done everything I need, said everything I need to say on this, done all the content I need. But I just feel like there's some things I haven't said. There are some things I haven't shared. And I just want to be complete and do that. Like, give everything I've got. And then, it can just, the information or conversations can do what they need to do, go where it needs to go. And then I'll feel complete in this because I feel very, very strongly about what needs to be said about what we see here. Okay. So, yeah. Sandra Breedlove, welcome, says the kids never moved unless they're told, especially Bella. Yeah, I agree. It has been an awesome chat, Reby. You guys are great. I just love your comments. Oh, Hibiscus. Yeah, I was thinking that too. It says, even as an adult, 12 hours not having access to the bathroom, you might pee yourself too. Absolutely. Yeah, Cuff You, this is such a good point. They were set up to wet the bed. They had no access to the bathroom. That's such a good point. I'm glad you said it like that because it just helps me to very, plainly say this is representative of the entirety of their far too short young lives. They were set up to fail time and time again. As I was saying, a little one's job is to explore the world around them, to figure it out, to learn their place in the world, to figure out their potential in the world and how to interact with the world. But for these 2 girls, the way things were just in their short lives and just over that short time, and hopefully things would have changed if this tragedy didn't happen, but their potential to explore their world and their potential was, cut off at the ankles because time and time again, they were controlled in every aspect of their existence and repeatedly set up to fail. And ideally,
We don't want any other child with so much potential and life inside of them who is so precious to have their potential cut off at the ankles so they can be controlled in a way that is all wrong and be set up to fail. It's just, to have worse things happen to other children than these girls. Yes, absolutely. But is what happened to them, how they live their lives, all the things we just said, is that good? No. Is it acceptable? Well, it sure as hell shouldn't be. Are aspects of it pushing some boundaries of much stronger words I'm not even going to say due to my professional ethics and whatnot? Yeah, I mean, some of this material it verges on next level. Lady Portland says, as sad as it is, those sweet girls are finally free now, and we are better educated to see the signs a little better because of this. Amen, sister. Amen. Yeah, exactly. I have 4 boys pee everywhere. That's so funny. Oh my God, I hear ya. I don't want to say something that's going to embarrass my son, so I'm not going to. But yeah, I hear you. Yes, she hated potty training. Oh, absolutely. Dude, I thought it was. This is how I finally potty trained my son. I don't think this would embarrass him, but it was just like finally time. It wasn't super late. Like for a boy, it was pretty on track. I think I don't remember his exact age, honestly. But it was like it was in range for sure. And I had his little potty thing and he just like wasn't really using it. And one day I just decided like, this is just going to happen. I just felt like he was ready, but it just wasn't all clicking. So I was like, what am I going to do here? So I don't remember why I got this, but I still have it. There is this video. There's one for boys and one for girls. And it's like a cartoon of a little girl, little boy going to the potty, like going over using the potty instead of just like peeing themselves. It's not like weird or anything. I mean, it is a little weird kind of, but I mean, it's appropriate, right? And in the background, there's this music that just goes, potty, 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 potty. And it just does that again and again. And I swear it does something to their brain because after I listened to it for long enough, I felt like I was in a trance because it's just like repetitive, it's like tribal music or like mantra music, I don't know, like kirtan or something. And so there was that. So there was the little boy video, the potty, potty, potty trance song playing in the background. And then I decided, because my son loved pizza, we were going to have a pizza potty party. I was like, dude, I think that this song alone is going to make him pee because it's doing something to me. So maybe that's, maybe there's some secret here. So we brought his little porta potty out to the living room. I know some friend of mine, I told her I did that. And she like told people that we mutually knew it was disgusting that I was letting my son go to the bathroom all over the living room. That wasn't the case. It was this one time. So when we had the pizza potty party, so we got our pizza and he sat on the potty and he was eating his pizza and we were listening to potty, 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 and I'm like, this is so crazy. And watching this video, and guess what, man? By the time he was done with his first slice, he peed on the potty. No locking, no water restriction, just some pizza and some weird ass brain transforming song, mojo voodoo stuff. It worked, Oh, hey, is Dr. Vana here? What I saw of Drunk Turkey Night you were on was awesome, Dr. Vana. I don't know if you got my email. I asked you if you wanted to do something together tonight or tomorrow night. Obviously, you were obligated tonight. It doesn't have to be tomorrow night. But if you want to, do let me know because so many of these wonderful people really loved us being on panel together and interacting. And they love you. So I think that would be great. So just let me know when you want to do it. Let's do it. Oh, thank you, Michelle Jones. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. I like that last part you said. Thank you. all these videos. Thank you. It's important to try and understand the dynamics of this family and how the breakdown came about. That's exactly it. That's exactly, and it truly is. Truly is. Miss Sherry girl, how are you doing? Did you hear me say thank you for the super chat earlier? And I wasn't sure if you were here or not, but I appreciate you so much, Sherry. We love Sherry. Posted about something as if let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to, sometimes you guys make a comment, makes me curious. What are you responding to? Then I have to go, oh, here, I found it. Then I have to go back and find, like, what are you reacting to? It's a little hard to do for me. Oh, shit, I lost it. Oh, Lady Portland says, do you think her close pals would have noticed odd thing about her parenting practices? I think people just didn't confront Shanann. Right, she was an alpha. Exactly. Well, look at the people in her life who did confront her. They were gone. They were cut off. They were gone. They were just gone. They just died to her. And also, therefore, her husband and her children, you know, all that whole, you know, they were no longer a part of the life. So, yeah, I think they absolutely noticed. You get hints of that in their interviews with law enforcement. I mean, it's just my, well, you know, and they say something. Yeah, I think they definitely notice. What do you guys think? Oh, yeah, this is it. Okay, Raby. I just watched that video yesterday. I had barely even seen this video because I usually look for the videos with the kids in it. But this funny. Okay, there's this one video where two ladies specifically asked not to be live on a live, and she puts a camera right on them and continue to film. And they're laughing the whole time. Yeah, that, you know, she really didn't respect people's wishes. She controlled things. She was just in control. Yeah, and she saw no problem with that. Like in Shanann's mind, that's how it's supposed to be, you know? Like, that's how it was. Too bad Thrive didn't sell diapers. That was great. That was funny. Right? Too bad. Maybe like, you know, diaper Thrive Duo diapers or Black Label diapers, you know, can have whatever chemical effect it you want on the little kid at the same time. It's like a, you know, poisoning two birds with one stone. Yeah, I use cloth diapers. I've always been, you know, I've been a vegetarian since I was like 14. I'm not like a super environmentalist, but I don't know if I can just do things in like animal tree friendly way. I just try to do that. Just like my little part in this world. Squat walk, don't even. We're not going there. We'll be here for another 5 hours. Oh, I was forgetting to mute my mic again. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm just really tired. I'm sorry. This doesn't usually happen. I don't usually have to mute my mic, so I don't have a habit of it. I'm sorry. Whatever happened to Bam Bam? I think Bam Bam, I heard that Bam Bam is on the other side of heaven. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure that's true. So Bam Bam is obviously no longer on YouTube. Yeah. Exactly. I love this too, Lady Portland says. We honor them by telling their stories, by contemplating their experiences. That's exactly it. And it's so strange to me when people cannot see it that way. And I truly, truly think that, you know, I think Shanann was so young. I'm sure she didn't think much about her legacy or the end of her life. Who would? You know, I'm 46, older than, like, over 10 years older than she was. I don't think about that for myself. You know, I think that's something these people, I mean, you know, might cross your mind, but I think there's a certain time when you maybe
really start to contemplate that stuff. But, you know, I truly believe that had Shanann, you know, thought these things, or, you know, if there were intentions within her that weren't necessarily her conscious thoughts or her spoken words, she would want her life to have the value that it has now, because we are using what she gave this world and all of us in a way where we see and sort of, you know, bring out, help to expose, because it's already there. We're not adding the meaning. So her life already had meaning. What she did and what she left already has meaning. But, you know, we see it, we're connecting with it, and it has value. And I think Shanann would fucking love that. Seriously. I mean, what else would she want? You know, for more channels to insist that she only exists in their version of the history books, and that all of her real history and her life's work and print in this world is erased, so she can only exist as merely a caricature of herself. I feel really confident saying she did not want that. And it's so ironic to me that the people that profess to defend her and accuse people like myself or us, or I don't know if you've had this experience, people who discuss these things that we've been talking about, of being, you know, hateful and victim blaming and all these horrible, horrible things. And to this day, it's one of the only kind of comments people throw at me that still do hurt me. I mean, they don't get to me personally anymore like they used to. So don't anyone get any smart ideas on that. But it does hurt me a little bit, because it's just like, God, like, I really do care about this person. And I really do know that we are honoring her and her life has value and we see it. And the fact that you're accusing me of exactly the opposite just shows me that so many people don't get it. And it's just sad. But very well said, Lady Portland. Oh, it's okay. Gentry Jade, I didn't even see it, but it's all good. We've been off. I was offbeat with a little comments earlier and accused somebody who commented of something they didn't do. We're all good. It's getting late. We're all tired, but I'm glad you're here. Okay, just make sure I got all the supers and stuff too. Ooh, also, MM Clark said a while ago, great comment. And did I thank you for the super chat too? I'm just getting tired and confused. Thank you. Great comment here. Says to Cyberpunk, if a child is thirsty, that means they're already dehydrated. Same holds true for an adult. Great point. Great point. Yeah, that's why, I mean, I agree with Cyberpunk that maybe they would. And I mean, certainly for something very, very specific, but it's hard for me to imagine a pediatrician telling me not to give my child fluids after 5. Ooh. I guess my pediatricians, though, are usually, I choose ones who are more like, listen to your body's rhythms and things like that. So I don't think they would say that, but I don't know. Crazy. But we don't have to worry about Robert anymore. He upset the ship. So I just want to go through and say, thank you, Country Sunshine Gal. She became a member. Pepper gifted a membership. Thank you. And MM Kalar, thank you again for the super chat. I'm just making sure I got everyone. I don't want to be ungrateful. And Sherry, I just love you. Thank you so much, honey. So glad you're here. We're going to catch up this weekend. This week is, things are always crazy, but I didn't get to any calls today. I owe Cuff you a call too. And Cuff you, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Pepper also gifted another membership. Oh, thank you. That's so generous. And Lady Portland, again, thank you for the super sticker. I really appreciated having you in chat. I loved your comments. I love all your comments. And then Clark, it's great to see you too. And I appreciate you, my friend. All right. I'm going to end it because it's so hard for me to say goodbye because I love you guys. I will do a part 2 on this. I do have a video coming out about the Brian Koberger case that I think is going to be super interesting. Thank you for your support. As I was saying in the beginning, in the past, well, it's more than that now, but I know in the past 3.5 days, the channel gained 792 subscribers. According to the analytics, that's a really remarkable number of subscribers in 3.5 days. Actually, I think it was 2.5 days. Wow. And so we hit 65,000 subs. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of it. And I just appreciate you guys. All right. So I'm going to go change the title to this video a little bit. We will do a part 2, and I will not be doing a live stream tomorrow because Mama got to get some rest. But please be sure to take care of yourself and know that your life has value and meaning, and you are inspiring, influencing other people to live better lives. And that is amazing. Just like Shanann Watts did for all of us. So thank you, Shanann. And to all of you who say that I'm victim blaming or these other people are victim blaming, I think it's time to give you a big fuck off. And I'll see you guys all soon. Love ya.